Hi everyone! YouTube's dashboard is so much better than it used to be, oh my. This working? Can you all hear me? You hear the music? We got the Overgrown Portal 2 music here. Because now we're all in the forest in Portal 2. Hi all. Good. Yeah, the timeline wasn't very realistic. Yeah, that timeline was set so arbitrarily. Basically, you know, I started this project when I was in school, obviously, and yeah, I just didn't know how much longer I could work on the mod once I was out of school. So I just said, hey, 2023, because that's like half a year after, you know, school would end. But I set that goal like 3 years ago, and since then the mod has changed so much in every way. We got the source code, and once we got the source code right, we just scrapped and redid so much stuff, because now we had new test elements that we could actually implement. So that timeline just completely like went out of the window, basically. I posted that timeline, that roadmap. It just didn't work out. I mean, you know, we could have like tried our hardest to get it out there, but I think it's just better to just delay it a bit and then release a good mod. Yeah, I keep thinking that this is all, you know, that we can finish way sooner than we actually can. What do you mean? I'm 100% sure that it will be released sooner. I don't know what you mean. This year we should definitely release it. I don't like. Yeah. This year we should be able to finish it. We're getting very, you know, not close to done, but it's getting there. There's just so much to do. But Act 1, 2, and 3 are really shaping up, and Act 4, the last one, is also really in like getting a lot of treatment. So what we're gonna be doing today is, there's this elevator, which you've all probably seen in that Overgrown gameplay demo that I posted. Some have pointed out in the comments, oh, there is a you can go out there, and yes, you can actually walk out there, but there's just nothing here right now. This was just added, like I knew that in that video I would just walk straight there, so I just added as much like decoration as is required, you know, when you walk through here. There is not much there, but now I want to actually go through and add a bit more decoration here. I want to add a little like Easter egg, like vent somewhere or something along those lines. I don't know what exactly it will be just yet. But for now I just want to work on the environment here a little bit. Some fun things about this is I actually made a custom version of this prop with some blades missing, so we would have some more interesting shadows, because otherwise this would just completely like these blades would just completely obscure the sun. Yeah, it's stuff like that nobody will ever notice, but just makes it a little tiny bit better, you know. That's the stuff we're looking at here. So yeah, what I've prepared. So this is the map. It's called Speed Shell. You've all seen this map, so I'm not too afraid to show it to you. I moved the entrance to somewhere else and stuff like that, but this pretty much has stayed exactly the same. So yeah, this is the room. I removed the skybox, but I won't actually work on this in this map. What I've done is I made this is a test map, and I'm now gonna import the instance. So yeah, I'll just do this all from scratch. So where is it? It's in elevators, elevator, base. Oh, I should actually move this to here, because yeah, there are base and logic instances which you can swap out at will, but this is a full instance which includes the logic as well. If you've never worked with the Portal 2 instances, I mean, these are, you know, Portal Revolution instances, but I just like made my own versions of the existing ones. The logic is like the logic normally includes all of these bits and like all of that, and the base is just the surrounding environment. But here I will just have it all in one, because the screens need to be placed at very specific points. I don't want to have a screen placed where there's no prop here. I'll soon answer lots of questions, don't worry. Yeah, so I will work on this instance, but to actually compile the instance, I have a test map here. I will just put a cordon around this. If you don't know what cordons are, this will generate a skybox around it. So, you know, often people would like say, hey, you know, just search for skybox. Use true skybox material to make a hollow cube around it. But this is much more flexible, just making a cordon. I'm gonna add a player start. There we go, which is just red hat shell. Not a final player model, if you were wondering. Yeah, let's choose a skybox. I have a skybox, which is called Clarence Midday. It's from hdrahaven.com. I made this available for download if you want it, so I can post a link. Map. Clarence Midday HDR. Making HDR skyboxes. Oh, isn't it? I always forget what it's called. Is Clarence Midday HDR? Clarence Midday HDR. Oh, I misspelled it. Clarence. There we go. That's the skybox. It's from hdrhaven.com. The only difficulty about like importing HDR skyboxes is that you really have to yeah, keeping the high bit depth all the way through is kind of difficult, especially with source. And yeah, you just need to like mess it up once and you're back into sRGB color space. But this seems to be fully HDR. It shows the LDR version in a Hammer, but in game it actually shows HDR. So let's just compile this and see what this looks like. I don't use Hammer++. No, I use the Portal Revolution Hammer, which is based off the Chaos Initiative Hammer, which is based off the CSGO Hammer. I also have Hammer++, but I'm using this. There are a few bugs in Hammer++ and changes that I'm not like. I don't know. I've just had this workflow for so long, and Hammer++ has a lot of tools that are cool, like the physics tool. But other than the physics tool, and the local transform is also really cool. The gizmo is much better. There's not really much that I need from there. Since I have implemented a lot of my own additions into this hammer, this is the hammer where I've added features. So I just use that. One issue with Hammer++, like the light baking is super cool, but it doesn't work with instances. And since we use instances so much, I think like CSGO mappers don't use instances that much, but we use instances so many times. Yeah, it's kind of like the lighting preview is kind of unnecessary or like unusable if it does work for instances. And I know exactly how hard this would be to implement. Like not at all criticizing Cool on that. So let's load that. This is test what do I call it? Speech child elevator. There we go. Say Overgrown. Preview to the skybox. There's no proper. Oh yeah, that you mean that? You mean previewing it here? Yeah, this is a feature in Chaos Hammer. I think Hammer Plus has it too. It's very useful for verifying it actually works. But in game, you can also just enter SV sky name and then enter skybox and it will automatically update like sky white. If you want to just like fiddle around with it. Clarence midday HDR. There we go. Okay, so we don't have any lights. At least no sunlight. I will just open up A2 Speed Shell again and copy the lights and all of the like environment variables. Chaos Hammer and Revo Hammer, yeah. I mean, I have done a big merge of a lot of features a while back. Since then, I've not added that much. So you guys should already have all of the stuff that I have. The only thing that I have is this tab. They have added this attachments preview here, which is this is what I wanted to add at first. I wanted to have it that when you select one of these, it will actually select like highlight it. So we kind of implemented the same feature twice. But this is still a bit better for just listing all of the attachments. I haven't pushed this because this requires updating res files which are in the game repo, and I just couldn't be bothered to do that yet. So where else? Yes, there are. So yeah, when you're mapping with Chaos Source with like Cisco or whatever, you need a lot of file stuff. I even have color correction here. I never use it. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't have color correction then. So let's just copy these. I will then also talk a bit about like all of the lighting setup, like how to choose the right values and stuff like that, because that's the most difficult part. But for now, we'll just copy paste this here so we have some lighting. And let's recompile this again. Yeah, so I feel like Overgrown is the hardest style to map in Portal 2, because in Portal 2 a lot of the time, right? Portal 2 has such a unique and like abstract art style, where nothing in like real life doesn't look like what Portal 2 looks like, right? This is just a screenshot. Portal 2 has such an like abstract style, especially in the behind the scenes areas where you don't really see real life constructions built this way. So we can get away with a lot of like weirdness, right? In these styles, especially if you're making something like Wheatley style where it's all just big trusses and metal. But with Overgrown, we know, like humans, we know Overgrown much. We know how plants and sunlight looks like, and getting those settings correct is like getting the light and exposure settings correct is something that not a lot of people even try. And it's so easy to make it look just not right. You don't really know what's going on, but if you know what you're looking for, then then you can easily tell, oh, this is just super unexposed. It all just looks like you're, photographing it with just a way too small aperture or whatever. So there we have the setup again. No, the light map scale. These are cascade shadow maps. They are real-time lighting. They're basically using it's in the name. It's shadow mapping. So it's basically like a projected texture, but the resolution moves with the player. So the closer I get to a surface, the higher resolution the shadows will be. You kind of see it fade out there. Oh yeah, the plants we have fong shading on them, so they actually shine. I posted about that on ModDB a while ago. So it's a feature from CS:GO. Yeah, how to pick the correct light value. So yeah, in any map you will want to have, like with sunlight, you will have a light environment. And I like to choose, like, for sunlight, right, values like these, where you're kind of, like, I make them rather saturated, like high up here on this axis. The further down you go, the less saturated you are. But still make it very light. So just a small hint of like orangey sort of, you know, yellow color is good. But don't make it straight yellow. And I also don't make it straight red. Have a bit of a mixture of both. It's a delicate balance, because if you make it too red, it can look like sunset. If you make it too straight yellow, then it can sort of blend into the green a bit. Yeah, it's just like a bit off-white, sort of. Yeah, the sun is very bright. It's something that I see a lot in, I mean, my old maps as well. Like I can show you some old screenshots of like when I was learning Overgrown, just so I don't bash other people all of the time. Yeah, I mean, here you can see one of my first attempts at Overgrown. Did not work out well. I don't know what I did wrong here. My next compile was much better. This map is so long in the game, by the way. But this still just looks a bit weird, because the sunlight is, I don't know. I like the way the shadows are like casted, but the sunlight is still a bad color. This is a screenshot from Portal 2. You can see how they do it. Oh no, that's a clean variant of this one. They kind of nail the values. I mean, they still don't make it as bright as I do it. But yeah, you can see here it's like slightly like clipping to white. And I see beginner mappers, they often try to tune down the brightness of the sunlight. But the sun is super bright. Where is the screenshot I want to show? I can't find it. There it is. Okay. See, this is one of my like very old Overgrown maps. See how everything is just like, the sun is so dark, right? It should be much brighter. So I choose a value of something like 600, maybe a bit higher, maybe a bit lower. It doesn't really matter too much. It also really depends on what your exposure is gonna be. I'll talk about that in a second. Ambient light, keep it blue, keep it to the color of the sky. I mean, you know, you can eyedrop or pick the exact color, but it doesn't really matter. Just make it like blue, and don't leave the default value of like 20 for the brightness. Make it higher, like 300 or something like that. I don't change any of the other settings usually. Yeah, I should actually look at where the sun is coming from here. The sun is like here, so the angle doesn't really make sense, but I will just keep it for now. I sometimes just add like an NF sun entity, so sometimes we actually have two suns, but most people don't notice, except for Freelix Philip. If you're using Chaos Source, you will, or CS:GO, you will want to have an NF cascade light. Actually, in CS:GO it generates automatically, but in Chaos Source you have to add one yourself. This is for the cascade shadow maps, that dynamic shadows I showed before, these. That's what you need that for. Just copy the same values. I don't know what, I usually don't change this, I don't know why I changed that. Whatever. And the shadow control entity is for selecting the shadow color of the CSM. This is something that you need to add as well. Just either copy the same values here or make it a bit brighter or whatever. Just anything at all is better than not having one, because then the shadows will just be unnatural sometimes. So yeah, but still you can see that it's kind of It looks okay, but it's all kind of dark. And here's now the trick that will, you know, transform how lighting works. Like, yeah. I'll explain it in a second. Look how much friendlier it is. It's all just brighter. And all we change is exposure. So HDR. I kind of intend the stream to be sort of tutorial-like because a lot of people don't understand this stuff. Neither did I. Everyone's heard of HDR, but a lot of people assume that it's just the whole. Oh yeah, when you look at a bright surface, it will like auto adjust or something, and that is just like a byproduct of HDR. What HDR really does is it allows you to kind of open maybe like a paint window, just to like to doodle something. So normal colors in programs, you know, in software, is RGB, and the values go from 0 to 255, which is 8 bits in color depth for each channel. So in total we have 24 bits for each color. This is way too loud. Can I tone that down? Okay. I'm sorry, I just can't concentrate with that. So yeah, by default, a color like this, right? And any of the colors that you usually work with, they're all in the sRGB color space with 24 bits of the bit depth. Bits. So what it means is that we have it's the best Portal 2 soundtrack track. What it means is we have a band of I can actually just make a gradient here. Yeah. What it means is that we have a spectrum of these colors. So now what do we set white to, right? I mean, black is black. Black is just the absence of everything. But what is white? What should be full brightness in your like world? Should it be your monitor's brightness? You know, like think about in real life what the brightest thing is, right? Like, is it a supernova? Is it the sun? So what happens is you just like set, okay, this is just complete darkness, and this is gonna be the brightness of, I don't know, you know, a desk lamp, because these are all of the values that you can represent on your monitor. So what happens then is that your sun in your game, if you set the sun should be like way over here off the screen, right? Because it's so bright. But because we only have these colors, the sun has to be super super dim, and that means that you can't, that when a light bounces around, will quickly like bounce into very dark territory. So it just means that the sun is way too dark. What HDR does is it just basically expands the amount of colors we have. So now our color palette, so this is the dynamic range, you know, just if you're confused, this is like LDR, low dynamic range. And with HDR we have the entire spectrum to us, or you know, a higher spectrum. HDR. Your monitor might even be able to display HDR, or maybe even your phone. I mean, I know that the newest Samsungs and iPhones can display like 10 bits of bit depth per channel, so that would be 30 bits, which is way more. So what it means is we can now set the brightness of the sun to be over here, but we still have to give we still have to specify a range of like we have to specify a subset of the total range that we have that we will actually display, and that's what these are. These exposure values, right? If you type matte auto exposure max at min, this one actually specify like these are the min and max points. That's not what this is. But rather, yeah, you can think of it as like how much it should adjust. I will just show this. Okay, if I set min to like 0.2 and also max to 0.2, then we're now at like 0.2 exposure. If you're working with a camera, you can change the exposure if you close the aperture, or if you change the ISO values or shutter speed or whatever, right? You can change a lot of stuff to change the exposure. Here it is just like one value. So this is like a really low exposure. So now we're sitting in a spectrum. Let me choose a red pen. We're sitting in a spectrum that's like right here, right? We can see all of the dark colors really well, but we can't see any of the bright colors. All of the bright colors are just like gone. Actually, you forget what I said. It seems like that. What we're doing, I'm sorry, is our spectrum is now over here. Which means we can see all of the bright values really clearly, right? If I look at the sky, we can see that the clouds, yeah, talking about tone mapping and exposure and all that, because it's super important, especially for Overgrown. We can now see all of the detail in the clouds, all of the little, like, you know, we just have so much detail. And now if we increase the exposure, if we set this min to like 5 and the max to 5, this all just blows out. Now we're sitting down here. So now, right, all of these values that are up here just get crushed to something that's here. The benefit now is now we can really see all of the fine details. Right now we can see all of the gray. All of the grays are much better presented yet now. But this is all just overexposed now, which is how a camera works, right? If you're trying to fit like the entire spectrum into one, it's just not natural. Like this is what's more natural. But again, this is a bit overexposed now. So now we have a feature called auto exposure where we can set a min and max exposure, and depending on what we're looking at, it will change the exposure. Let me make this really drastic, right? Like that. When I look away, the screen adjusts to the exposure that we're needing. There is some more settings than that. So yeah, by default, in source we have a range that's like this. So by default our range is like up here somewhere. But I usually like to pull it back a bit to have stuff overexposed, because this is not what sunlight, you know, looks like. Sunlight should be much brighter. So I will usually put this at like maximum of 4, 5, maybe even 7. 7 is a bit much maybe, but yeah, because at 7 you're really just blowing out everything. But something like that. And I like to keep the min not far from it. Moonlight's difficult. I go about it in another chat. I've still not really figured it out so far. Because if you're trying to do realistic moonlight, then the player can't see anything. So we're actually cheating and making the moonlight as bright as the sunlight, which is what they also do in movies. So it looks right because we're emulating movie reality. Because in movies they also shoot at day and just color graded. Yeah, the source tone mapper isn't the greatest, but it works well enough, right? Just knowing that it exists, knowing how to use it, is essentially for trying to do Overgrown especially. And a lot of source mappers never even touch it once, and then everything just looks super underexposed. So yeah, if you just play around with these values, this will just like appear, you know, temporarily. If you want to change it in your map, you will have to add a tone map controller, which looks like that. There's also a default tone map controller in the global ends, which is called @controller, no, @tone mapper. So I will just replicate that because I don't have a tone mapper. I don't have a global ends entity here. So now we have to have and logic, like something that triggers this, because this just has inputs. There we go. And now we have like set auto exposure, min and max. I like settings like these. Something like that. There's also so much more. There's also bloom scale and like change rates and saturation, and I usually don't touch this too much. Yeah, I usually just set min and max. These are essential, and any of the rest has diminishing returns, in my opinion. Another important thing is a fog controller. Fog transforms everything. So let me add a fog controller. Because the fog UI command doesn't work if you don't have any fog controller. This will always just stay black and be weird. At least it does sort of work, but yeah, you can't change any of the colors. You need to have a fog controller. I'll just call it elevator departure elevator fog. And I will just leave these values for now, and then edit them, like choose proper ones in fog UI. I could spawn a fog controller, but I'll just recompile, because I also want the tone mapper in the game. Oh yeah, if you have a tone mapper in your map, then the console commands won't work. Just to yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff, right? Once you have it, that doesn't work, so it's annoying. But you can always just like end fire at tone mapper and change it that way in game. Yeah, that's just the source workflow. I don't know how to pronounce the name. DamnQN for ETOBG. Yeah, tone mapper and shadow, like tone mapper is super important. Most people don't know about it. I didn't know about it for a long time too. And you know, you can see it in my old like CS:GO maps and Portal 2 maps. They all just if you're using the global ends in Portal 2 and you're using the environment relays that they have, right? Like, oh, set environment to darkness or to that, it will actually change the exposure for you. But if you don't use those, or if you use them in the wrong context, then your exposure will just be wrong. And for most like interior stuff, the default exposure is fine. But for sunlight especially, where the sunlight is just so bright, you need to change the exposure. I don't know, the fog UI works fine in Revo. You just gotta make sure that you actually have a fog controller in the map, and then it works. I added some more settings to that as well. I mean, I just added that density slider because it didn't exist. But just said, this is the new exposure now. Just see how much friendlier, like realistic it looks. Oh yeah, this is the default fog controller. It already looks so much better than without fog. But let's actually fog UI. Let's actually fiddle with this, right? You can set this to override, and okay, now we have the fog, which is way too dense. So let's move this away a bit. And see just how much just adding fog changes, right? See how much it does. This is the map without fog, and this is with fog. See the difference? It's all I'm doing is adding fog, but it looks so much better. I mean, this is really realistic, but this is more of like a movie reality, which is more pleasing to the eyes most of the time. You can also change the max density. I like moving this down like just below 100. This isn't really important in Overgrown, but if you're having like a big map, like a huge cave, and you have lights in the distance, then those lights, if they're behind the end point here, will not be visible. Like sprites and whatnot, you know. But if you change the max density up to make it a bit lower, then you will actually see those like large sprites in the distance. But it's not that important here. I should just, yeah, do something like this. You can also, the start distance I usually just leave at 1. You can also move this a bit further away. I usually like it when it focuses a bit further, like closer. You can also make this negative, then everything will be, you know, like suffocating. It's sometimes cool to have it at like -100 or -300, and everything looks like it's much like more humid, sort of like in a rainforest. I try not to overdo this because it can get a bit on the nose, so let's just change it something like 50 or whatever. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, 50, what was this at? Like 6,000, 7,000? 7,000. It would be nice if I had some tools to actually you know, immediately copy these values, but now just, yeah, for now you just have to like copy all of the values manually. 140, 171, 140, 140. There we go. I should do it. I've never set the secondary fog. I usually just leave it at that. And that should be it. If there's only one fog controller, this will already be enabled. So we're done with this. Also, always remember to disable this, otherwise this will translate into the next map. Yeah, I've had that issue before. I was like, why is everything blue in this like dark cave? Oh, I still had my fog override. The fog panel, yeah, you can have type fog UI in the console. Depending on the game, you will need certain res files in Rev1 P2C that comes included. I don't know about other games, because I only map in this, and I have set everything already. That is often the hard thing, right? When people ask me, hey, how do you get to the mapping, or like in the modding, I'm like, whoa, that's a question. I have, like, you know, this workflow and setup is a very, like, that I have is a very non-standard one, a very advanced one, right? Like, if you have the source code and stuff, then your setup needs to be a certain way. And all of the like source mod tutorials that are out there, the source mod workflow sucks absolutely. If you have to rebuild VPKs to see a change in the material, that's just not what I call a workflow. That's what I used to do as well. Yeah, Atlas, if you want more info on the fog UI, just send me a Discord message and I'll get to you. But how you can install it if you have an issue, or you can just ask Trico. He seems to know what you need for that. All right, so that's all fog now. Also important to it's also important. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, that when you make a custom skybox, you should add the no fog setting, otherwise the skybox will be obscured by the fog. So that's all about exposure and fog that I have to say. This is like, once you have this setup, you can just keep adding plants. And that's all you're gonna do. So now we can actually start, decorating this, which is what I think everyone is here for. But so far I've just been blabbing on about that. But I try to take my time because it's very important. I might just remove all of this. So when I decorate, or like when I try to overhaul an area, I like to just remove stuff so I can get a clean, I feel like it's sometimes easier when I don't feel like I have to work in this existing environment, when I feel like I can do everything from scratch again. Which is why I also never use PTI when I create chambers. I just like build them in Hammer as like skeleton test chambers, I call them, where everything is just as simple as possible, because to me it's just easier to work on in an empty map than if there are already like walls here. As then when I decorate, those walls are always like in the back of my mind, and it's just helpful to get to clear my mind of what I need to do. I don't know how to explain it really, but I just like having an empty area. Oh yeah, Portal 2 is missing so much, it sucks really. Portal 2 is missing the particle editor, for crying out loud. I've started using the particle editor like only a few weeks ago. It's so powerful and one of the best tools in the engine, where actually you can like just update the particle. You can load a map, have it as a window open, and then as you update the particle, it will live update in the actual map. That's a workflow unheard of in Source Engine. I've been so excited to make particle effects since then. Yeah, this is what I mean. You all know this map. This is a very early version of it, 2018. Oh goddamn. Yeah, I just like having empty walls, and then I can just fill in whatever. Instead of like having like a dev texture wall there, where it always keeps me in the headspace of, oh yeah, there's just a wall there, let's just decorate the wall, instead of, oh, what could be behind there. And now we know what's behind there because I've built it. The complementar map, yeah, it only has one A though. So now this is where the mapping begins. Can I set like a marker? I can set a marker. Cool. Then I can add chapters or something. So yeah, I have a little PureRef board. If you don't know PureRef, it's an application where you have this canvas and you can add images to it, and it's very much made for like setting up inspiration. So I have a bit of these. I have a few of these pics. I really like Pinterest for searching for this stuff, because Pinterest, their recommendation engine is so good. If you look at something you like, it will just keep recommending you stuff that you like, and it works so well. Well, I found another good one. Yeah, look at that. So finding inspiration for Portal stuff is really difficult, because Portal 2, as I said, has this abstract art style. But it's also really good to not only look at Portal 2 as a reference, but also at other stuff as reference, because then your end product gets more unique. A lot of mods or maps that I see out there, they seem to reference the repercussion stuff more than Portal 2, which is okay. There's nothing against that, right? It's just, if everyone does that, it's getting a bit stale. I'm trying to reference Portal 2, of course, and then also just other stuff that I really like other games, other like just pictures. I have a whole bunch of boards here of interesting stuff. Like, I really recommend collecting, like, this is my nighttime lighting inspiration, right, where it's like, oh yeah, this is sort of what I want to map, right? So you can definitely tell it's night. It doesn't look too unrealistic. but you can actually still see stuff. This is good for visibility. Well, let's look at Overgrown daylight. Can we have these? Do you really want those? Maybe. So yeah, I have some areas here. This is concrete overgrown. I really like this stuff where it's just this concrete like slabs, and then also just all of the rust streaks and overgrowth growing on there, because this feels very aperture-y, right? This would work in aperture. I also have some stuff like this where it's like a cobblestone well with stuff like with a staircase spiraling down. It's all over. This is great. It doesn't really work too well in Portal 2. I mean, not immediately, right? You could still have a shaft, but like this sort of staircase wouldn't work in Portal 2. Same with this. But you can still look at this stuff as like compositional inspiration. But like texturally, I really like these concrete concrete overgrown stuff. Although we have to choose darker concrete because this is portable, right? I love how the pond here or whatever is just like a green. It's just green, like super dense water. It's perfect. I like this one too. All of the like verticality and stuff hanging there, because it's so easy to just like spam plants on a wall. But what makes this look so much better is if you have plants like hanging from somewhere, or like, you know, hanging from signs that are hanging somewhere. I always try to have as many plants like in the middle of a room or something like that as possible. Like here, this is why I really like these industrial scaffolding sort of stuff, because now you have a scaffold here, and now you can hang plants from the scaffold, or whatever, truss, whatever you call it, and that just makes it much more rich than if you just have floor and walls as plants, which is what we have here, right? Oopsie. You have to close this. Right, this is what we have now. It's just a few plants on the wall. But if you have some of them hanging from the middle, it just makes the whole thing feel much more dense and interesting. I also have some urban reclaimed stuff. I also like this. I really like the sunlight here. That looks so good. How the sun, like these shadows and the rubble. It looks really good. This is from Crisis, I think. Perfect. Like look at the fog, and look at how much the fog does here. It's pretty much just fog driving this whole thing. It's great. What I also love here is, again, they're like hanging stuff from the top, right? They have this overhang, and now they have all of this scaffolding and stuff. Like you can see through it. And here again, like all of these overhangs. It just like if you have stuff dangling from the ceiling, it's always good. The more stuff, the better. It's really easy to just have everything standing on the ground. Like here again, right? It's all like all of the vines that hang from the ceiling. It just adds so much. So we love the rusted stuff here, and like this is a bit too dense for my like. This is just, and it's a cool aesthetic, but I like having a bit more of the contrast. I like having it a bit more spotty, like here, right? This is also great. I love the hole. The ominous like circular hole. Maybe I'll do something like that as like the Easter egg. That would be fun. Yeah, I like it when it's overgrown, but you can still see the texture behind it, and it isn't just pure like plastic disc, because this is just too uniform for my personal preference. So this is a bit too natural for me. I find it very hard to work in Overgrown when it's just grass, because to get this to look good, you need so much prop work, right? If you want to compete with this, there's a lot of work. So if you can just add a few like tiles, I find that just adding a few tiles to this already. Oh, now we have this bug again. Also cool. Restart hammer editor. Yes, save the changes. Elevator. Alright, so let's have a bit of, yeah, it's a weird hammer bug. When it edit displacement, sometimes it just does that. I fixed it before and it was unfixed again. And now I couldn't be bothered again. Because if it keeps being unfixed, yeah, at some point I don't have the patience to fix it again either. Doesn't matter how much more performant it is if it just straight up doesn't work. Okay. Oh, this lines up perfectly. Look at that. Yeah. What should we take here? I like using these. There's so many tile textures. I always just used to look at floor. Oh, I have some. I should use these, but not just these. These are like no. If you just look for floor, you'll find some stuff, but if you look for tile, you'll find even more floor tiles. And I didn't do this for a long time. So I really like this floor tile for Overgrown. It's meant for old aperture, but it works as just like a dirty, stained sort of tile too. Okay. So let's think about what this should be, right? Like, what is the geometry here? I'm thinking that there's like a walkway here with a glass wall. So there is like a glass corridor. At this point we don't have the full polygon yet, so that kind of limits the amount of like BTS behind the scenes puzzling I can do. Because I don't have a second portal spawn. You know, I can't just add a random portal spawner here. That just doesn't make sense. I will have it start a bit higher from the ground. Yeah, I want to have a little corridor here, and we have to like enter through a crack that's like back here. So it's kind of like you have to like wind your way through this and like find the way in. So it isn't just immediately obvious what you have to do. Actually, move this a bit up here. Also, I'm probably not gonna completely finish this today. I mainly just want to make like a little tutorial. I don't know if I want to call it like that, but just like, yeah, giving a few tips on how you can make Overgrown, and also just wanted to map a little bit today. So sometimes you just want to map. Let's add this frame here. If there are any custom textures here that you find that you don't have, you can ask me, maybe I can share them. A lot of them aren't mine, they're collected from collected over the years from somewhere else. Alright. I'll actually tint these a bit orange-ish. Just a tiny bit. They're too white. Are these the moon rocks? Yeah, they're the moon rocks. That's why. Okay. Maybe I'll select the non-moon rocks. I don't have them. Okay, then I'll just these are from CSGO, by the way. I hope that Valve lets us use them. Of course they will. It's just a little bit darker, so it looks more like this texture here. That should be good. Yeah, in CSGO you can scale stuff, but only uniformly. I think they want to add non-uniform scaling, if I remember correctly. Maybe that was just a dream. I don't know. I keep having these dreams, and I just don't forget whether they were dreams. You know, when you dream about finishing and releasing a mod, and you're like, oh man, I finally done it. Also, good comments, very good. Then you wake up and it's not done yet, and you're like, oh, it's oh no. I like using these. These are basically just dirty versions of the plastic. Although oh, this would be, nah, I'll select that. I forgot where I got this. It's good. I like it a lot. Actually, I think I want to, this is a fun trick. I like making my, I keep talking about this, but I'm making a lot more brush geometry right now, which also includes like just using dirty brushes to modify like props, right? Like not all tiny details have to be props. Like you can just go here and like add a tiny divider to it. And since I made a texture, a material which is just the same texture as this, let's put it right. Okay, nobody will ever notice this here. Even I forget about it all the time that I did this. So let's move it a bit higher up. There you go. I like this because now it's just like a more of a smaller trim. There we go. Just copy one more here. It would also be fun to have one that's like sort of collapsed in. That would be really cool. But I'm not gonna do that now. That's so much more effort. Maybe later. Yeah, I don't know why I keep making new brushes for this. Maybe I'll cut it up later or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, I mean, I had dreams about getting the source engine, getting the source code myself, you know. Once it actually happened, I really couldn't believe it. I still really can't. Like a lot of times, I think about, hey, you know, I try to put myself into the headspace of what it would be at a certain point, right? Oh, what would it be once I'm done with school? What would it be once I don't know, finish the mod or whatever? And yeah, once they actually happen, it's always so weird to then think back. Hey, you know, I used to think about how this feels, and now it actually happened. It's crazy. Yeah, that will be fine. That will be fine. Okay. Let's make it a bit smaller. I will just copy these. All over. Yeah, let's actually move it back a bit. And now this is like a sort of weird second like frame around it. You could maybe guess that I was very inspired by Ian Hubert to do this stuff, but I can't be bothered to actually make like videos about this. I made a few of them, but they weren't too much. Yeah, I have very limited time, so I'm trying to spend it as efficiently as I can, and this is the live streaming is the most efficient one. Now with this, and now I can like add a weird, I keep saying trim, ledge, whatever, on top of here. Let's use a weird texture that's on this. Yeah, like something like that. Yeah, look at that. There you go. Yeah, now I've got like a weird second thing that where we can hang plants on and stuff again. And now we should have a support for this. Where is that? There. Where? There. We're gonna have more mapping streams. Yeah, I mean, I try to stream, right, but sometimes I just don't have the time, and I also need to find a subject. This has been often requested by people, so I found that this would be useful. Let's make this a bit chiefed with source. Source gets a bad rap. But it's an engine like any other, honestly. It's just not maintained anymore. And people keep using it. I mean, Valve keeps using it, but only for CSGO. I don't know. I don't know what my point here is. It's just, yeah, it's an ancient engine. A lot of engines are crappy. It's not just Source. Yeah, I don't like having this. Oh, I like that UV. Give me that. No? Yeah. It's only the bottom bit. Yeah. The thing with this Go is just, I mean, you know, most engines are probably this, like, you know, all engines have limitations and stuff, but if an engine isn't designed to be used outside, like Unity is inherently designed to be used by other devs. So that's why it's friendly to use, but this is just Valve's internal proprietary engine. And they still treat it as that. The thing is, they've made it public, but they don't support it publicly. So what you're ending up with is this proprietary game engine, which is like developed and made by and for one company. They know how to use it, they know how to modify it, so for them it's perfect. But for all of the other people that try to use it, we're comparing it with something like Unity, although they're two completely different products. So it doesn't really even make sense to compare the two. But yeah, we do, even though they aren't even the same category, right? Because this is, yeah, it's just different in that way. That this is really just meant to be used by Valve, but because they made it usable by the people, we have the expectation that it's on par with those. But if you're a company, you know, and you use it internally, then you can do whatever you want, because you can just ask the hey, can you implement this feature or something. I just like adding weird sticky up bits, because then we can attach cables to it or whatever, like add weird grating. Oh yeah, let's add a weird grate. Let's add some frame. I keep typing frame. Ooh, let's make a smaller frame. I have these smaller frame models, where I just went into Blender and squished them a little bit. Or I think this one might actually be made, like, it might actually not be made by me, so whatever. I love adding weird grades. Yeah, let's add a grade there, like sort of like it's like a rock, you know, trying to protect you from rocks falling or something like that. Maybe the amount of detail I add to this is a bit too granular, but No, we have time. Keep telling myself. I also feel a bit weird, like mapping for this, because everything is like everyone is sort of waiting for me to finish it. I mean, not just me waiting for us to finish this, and now I'm just like, hey, you can watch me finish it. And it's, but if people enjoy it, then I don't have a problem with that. Oh yeah, so I should also edit this. This is just a mess. I mean, just look at it. It's like it just ends. And then there's just this weird black border. So if you look up, it's just this weird black. Yeah. Pro Builder is kind of ass. I mean, it works okay, but the one thing that really keeps me from using it, or that really frustrates me, is when you add a new queue, add a new mesh, it puts it somewhere. It just like wherever you don't just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna click there and it appears where I click. No, when you create a new thing, it will appear from your view like 100 meters back there. So it's just at weird coordinates, and you always have to move it back to where you want it to be. I don't know why they did it this way, because this is just horrible. Yeah, Godot and Trench Broom. I haven't. I should try it because I want to use Godot. I have used Godot for a lot of experimental stuff right now, and so far it really looks like the best alternative for me. Once I'm done, once I'm for my next game, I might use Godot. Let's actually see if the version 4 is already out. It isn't. Release candidate 5, okay. And they have new C# features, that's cool. I love C#. I just love the way they treat the whole .NET programming. Like, they have such good support for it, and they're also using C#. They're also using .NET 7, not mono like Unity. So you actually have all of the new C# language features and all of the new .NET features. It's awesome, because Unity still uses mono and .NET Framework, which is ancient. Okay, so now we have this like hallway. Let's just add a back wall to this. I'm also gonna add a little hallway that will be collapsed, just to have a bit more of an interesting geometry to this. Should make it a bit bigger. I gotta be really careful with where I map, because like the map is somewhere around here, right? The main chamber, but I have enough space back here, so that is no problem. Rogers, yeah, I mean, the reason I use Source is because I want to make a Portal mod, right? Yeah, I don't really know why anyone would use Source if they're not trying to make a Valve mod. If you want to make an actually new game, then I wouldn't use Source. Yeah, you're gonna walk through one of the broken frames here. Actually, let's add the glass. Fracture. Chico, have you even worked with something like Godot? You just really can't compare it. I mean, I still like a lot of Source's design decisions. No, I mean, I still using Source. Like, don't think that I hate Source. But the workflow and tools are just really outdated and difficult. And now let's here add this one. So this is where you now jump through. You can add like some rubble down here. You have to walk on. This one. Yeah, Trico, I mean, I'm sorry, but you haven't released the game. Neither have I, so we both don't know what we're talking about, right? But yeah, it's just, yeah, you have some very unnecessary, controversial, and hard takes right now. I think there's a reason why people use other engines. I wanna have a mixture of the broken and the dirty glass here. Okay, I'm back. Don't say Godot isn't finished. Don't say that. You just... The difference is that in Source, right? If you want to make a first-person shooter, Source is great for getting started because it has all of the stuff already in it. And I still like a lot of the... Right, you just got a lot for free. You get a level editor. Hammer is still, for some reason, better than most level editors in other game engines, which is questionable. Because Source is a purpose-built engine, where something like Godot Unity, there you could do everything in those. So you have to build your own tools in those. They expect you to build your own stuff, right? They just give you a framework. Like, you don't have to. The thing that Godot says what it's for, right, is just to provide a base for like all of the stuff that you need to build a game. But you still like have to build your own tools and stuff on top of it for your game engine, right? But you don't have to by yourself figure out again how to draw polygons, how to load shaders, how to have audio working at all, right? That stuff is Godot, and you can figure out the important stuff. That's what those engines are for. So of course, when you load them up and expect it to be like Source where everything's already there, that's just not going to be the case. Because that's just not what they're for. I'm gonna add a little grate under here again. I said I love adding weird grates. And this one is just gonna stick into the floor. That's how we like it. Let's use this one, yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's starting to come together a bit, right? There's actually some structure here. So what I'm thinking about right now is how to Just make a mod right now. You're talking to me or Trico? I don't know. I don't even have to make this a fun brush anymore. That's cool. So yeah, so what I think about right now is to have these like little pockets of whatever, where you have like this area, we have this intermediate area, and we have this inner area. So I want to make sure that we can have the sunlight like stream in an interesting way into all of these. I should actually maybe remove, like cut this up a bit, so we have a bit more variation here, because otherwise the sun shadows for this will just be very uniform. I'm actually just gonna like move this down a little bit, just angle it a little bit more. The small things to break up the shadows. The shadows like around here, right? I want to have some more interesting shadows here, so that's why I did that. Yeah, what I want to figure right now is let's have like a little gap here, and then we'll have another like framework array up at the top here, where we can hang some plants from, which will then just slightly hang into here. Actually, I can use the larger ones because I want to extend this to the side here much more. You two guys just arguing, not arguing, talking on your own. Okay, I thought I'd have to read something. Yeah, let's have a different metal texture, so it isn't just all the same all the time. It's just this one. That, yeah. Yeah. And then we can hang some plants from there. So time to make a ceiling for this. I will just add a big plane here. Ooh, I should also add the back side of the glass. Yeah, Rogers, if you join the Portrait Revolution Discord server, you can, you both can share links there. I'll use this style because here you can't really exploit portals, so I can actually use these without problem. Portal 2 soundtrack is very funky. I'm gonna use the top side of this here. One difficulty I have with this texture for Overgrown is that you really need to add a lot of decals to get it look right. So we're gonna get into that in a minute. It's not really an issue, it's just one thing you have to look out for when using these. Because they're just way too clean. Pete's office place. I mean, yeah, this is gonna be like a little hallway that you're gonna walk through here, enter through there, and then we're gonna add a little. Actually, I think I want to have this hallway be the collapsed one, and have the Easter egg like over here. It's just gonna be a little den with a. With like an artwork or something. Well, I have these. We have these vent models. These, yes. Those are custom. I always keep forgetting that we have those. Gonna angle it right there. It's kind of sitting there like that. Good. I always try to make the vent sections not that long because it's very frustrating to crawl through that in Portal 2. In Half-Life 2 is fine. In Portal 2, crawling through vents isn't exciting. So I try to make them as short as possible. But Revo had so much vent crawling. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It was a byproduct of the old development cycle of just, let's just make random stuff and figure out how it will come together later. So then it's just, let's add a vent section here. Let's add a vent section here. Let's add a vent section here. Because it wasn't all planned out. No. Yeah, those maps aren't. Those maps are long gone. I'll just add a little end there and we'll worry about this later. So let's actually open up the ceiling here. I'd say from there to like here or something. And also this ceiling part around there should be good. I'll just stick with this. And I will make a border around the rest here too. Guys, I keep forgetting just how good Portal 2 is. It's just me. Yeah, I don't really check the workshop a lot. For Portal Revolution, I like keeping it fairly vanilla. but still, you know, adding my own twist to it. You're always adding something yourself to it. So even if you're making a, you know, even if you're remaking like an existing style, if like I'm just basically trying to remake Portal 2's style, but I'm still putting my own touch to it, right? Which is what you're always doing. I made a version of this where it's all just the big tiles instead of having this weird like, pattern. I also made some weirder patterns where it's more randomized. I might actually use one of those. Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. Portal 2 doesn't use BSP, that's why. Portal 2 and the Portal 2, Source 2. Source 2 isn't BSP based anymore. You're not working with brushes, working with meshes, just like in Blender and anything else. BSP really is only, yeah, I would say it's deprecated, right? No one uses it anymore. It was great for its era. It was great for Quake and single-threaded CPUs. But it isn't the modern way of doing things anymore. And luckily they have, like Valve switched away from that with Source 2 because BSP is so limiting. So whenever I'm mapping, I'm trying to think about what like the individual like decoration projects will be, right? Like here, one project will be to make the ceiling, because the ceiling here is gonna be a yeah, it's gonna be like a, not a central focus, but it's gonna be eye candy, right? And we could also like rotate and move all of this and collapse that. And so I think I'm not gonna go with that. I'm always trying to think, okay, which like decoration projects, which one is the easiest to do and gets the most done, and which ones could be like, you know, do later or keep for later, and how much can I do to make it acceptable really quickly. So for now I'm just gonna add a little frame here. It's always good to know what you're signing yourself up for and like having an idea in your head. So then to sort of pace yourself. Destruction. Yeah, Rogers, the thing with BSP is it's just no longer needed. We can't just render, you know, millions of polygons now. It's just old tech that we don't need anymore. I'm actually gonna attach some ceiling tiles to this. Then I will move it over and rotate it. VRAT has nothing to do with this trigger. I always add these textures here. I mean, these are custom. That one is custom. But those like scraped off tiles, I'm also gonna add one of those, which is extracted from a Portal 2 texture. The sides will just be cheap metal. I like using this one. instead of like having to, yeah. I used to care way too much about the edges of this stuff. It's crazy. I try to like really UV, set the perfect UV so it's actually like aligns with the texture of the frame and stuff like that. And it's just so unnecessary. No one even notices that there is a ceiling. That's the thing. You don't need, yeah. The minor details really don't matter. Let's actually group this and just keep a copy. Maybe we'll reuse it. We could even make it an instance. But I'm not gonna. Not for something small like this. Oh, actually, I might use some of the instances that we have for decoration. Yeah, they're such a time saver. There will do. Kind of a fade out. I always like having like multiple, sort of, trusses stacked on top. Then the whole thing just feels much more substantial and more interesting. Damn QN for ETOBG. It doesn't matter. I mean, I just do it that way. I have a sort of like system if you want. Yeah, you don't need to do it, but I do it that way. I kind of hate, when there are these like harsh rules of how you're supposed to build this stuff. Like, oh, this needs to be 8 units thick. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as it is okay, I mean, obviously, sometimes it does look horrible, right? Like if everything is 16 units thick, or everything is too thin, then that's a problem. But if it looks alright, then the size doesn't matter. Damn QN. Damn QN. Okay. What am I looking for? I forgot. Oh yeah, something like this. Something like. I love this prop. It's a perfect like size. So it's. The size is so versatile of the size of this prop. So versatile that I use it everywhere for Overgrown. Because a lot of the other ones are way too big. Trying not to make it clip into too much stuff here. I'm gonna probably either get rid of it or try to like hide the tile in the wall, something like that. Yeah, that'll be okay. Let's add some stains. Add some moss, always important. Guys wouldn't believe how much moss decals we add everywhere in Portal 2. In Portal Revolution, I mean. Way too much. It just really marries, like decals like these really just marry the decoration props with the surface as you put them on. Because otherwise they feel so separate, but if you just put a little decal there. What's up with minions? Let's add that. Yes. This will do nicely. Add some hanging vines. We have the portal, we have the Chaos Initiative BSP limitations in terms of size and stuff like that. You're tricky, maybe we can learn something. Just gotta... let's actually look at a Purif board again. Yeah, I kinda want to do something like this where we have all of these like support beams with plants hanging from it, right? I love having this like framework where stuff is hanging, repeating structures and stuff like that, and then also the like big substantial like walls and beams where everything is held on. Is this fun detail? Yeah. Should it be? This shouldn't be fun detail. And this should be a lot bigger. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, so now we have this sort of bit more substantial beam here. 3 years. I mean, I've been mapping for a long time as well. I mean, it depends on. I started out with CS:GO mapping, or I mean, at the very start was Garry's Mod. But I always wanted to map Portal, so I made a Steam account. I used to play, let's say, a non-Steam version of the game when I was like, whatever, 10. And then I really wanted to try the Portal 2 in-game map editor that they added, but it didn't work on my non-Steam version. So I made a Steam account and bought the game. My password back then, it's no longer my password, was Portal 2 map editor. For the Steam account. It's no longer my password, don't try to log in, it's I changed it. And it's two-factor authentication. But yeah, that should tell you just how much I wanted to mod Portal 2. And then I also learned the editor. I mean, I watched so many like tutorials and stuff online before I could actually map it, before I actually bought the game. So I actually knew a lot of the theory already. I like to align these two lines with the cracks here, just makes them look a bit more purposeful in a way. Thanks, Return Laboratories. I haven't seen your works yet. So copy that over there, and let's actually just add a few pipes on that support like array. It's a thing that I saw Monty do in one of his first maps that he had contributed to River, and still today, where he always has these, like, I mean, it makes sense realistically, right? Which is why it looks so so plausible and good, where you have like these arrays, these like grids, and then you mount all of this stuff on it instead of just having these weird floating pieces everywhere, like just floating pipes. So floating pipes kind of look cool too, but it just makes it look a bit more plausible and realistic if you have it like mounted somewhere. And I'm trying to come up with more interesting sort of mounting solutions. Delete my Steamworks account, oh no. Why don't you rather just upload a virus and release the game that way? It's way better. Let's add a I mean, I feel like I'm always mapping the same thing, right? But whatever. Let's add a duct here and have some steam coming out of it. Try not to overdo this because I feel like every of my hallways has a little duct with steam. It doesn't really make sense that there's steam in those, but who cares? Something I learned watching a lot of VFX, visual effects stuff, content and breakdowns and whatever, is that it just doesn't matter. Just get the feeling across. Just make it feel like it makes sense. Let's actually... Oh, let's use this one! Yes, I'll never get to use this one. And then we have it on an angle that's aligned with that, yes. Good. Okay, let's see if we can align this. If it won't be too hard. Gonna hide the rest for a second. Oh, look how well it aligns. Gonna move it down a bit and offset it a little bit so we don't have sea fighting. Join brushes together. Yeah, that doesn't work because brushes are individual convex shapes, convex polyhedra as is the correct name. And you can't really merge them together, but you can group them. If you're talking about something like this, right? You can just group them with this button here. I don't group too much because I feel like you can group stuff in a lot of ways, right? Like, oh yeah, I can, like, let's group all of the rocks together. Let's group all of the, like, let's make this a group. But I usually don't bother unless I really want to reuse something like this, then I group it. But yeah, it doesn't help too much if you do it all, no, too much. Whatever, do whatever you want. Don't need to follow what I say. Okay, let's add another one of these beams, just like here. So we have a bit of this funny like symmetry going on. It's not really funny, but whatever. Yeah. And now we can hang stuff from here again. I'm just gonna copy and paste the same in. Let's actually vary it a little bit. Let's make it a bit thicker down here. Like that. Now we can move it, rotate it, and move it here. Before I rotate it, I want to add one of these debris PDs. Yes, those are custom. I think it's called the Knick-Knack pack. I might release a custom version of the Knick-Knack pack because the collision models are horrible. Yeah, whoever made it, those collisions are, woo, they're not good. Look at those collisions. Well, for that is fine, but which one is messed up? Which ones are messed up? Yeah, these are good. I mean, I've actually fixed a lot of them. But where are the others? Is it wall bits? No. Bits. No. Debris. No. Ah, destruction. There we go. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, look at that collision model. It's very spicy, especially this one. Yeah, I couldn't been bothered to fix all of them. And I mean, these actually just had the same collision model as this, so it meant that it was just completely misaligned and everything. So I fixed those, but I haven't been bothered to fix all of them. But I think this might actually be compiled as a gray. No, this isn't fixed either. Look at all of the vertices here that are there for no reason. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop bashing the creator of this pack. It's still a really useful pack, but I'm gonna have to fix the pack. Because right now I've just been disabling the collision models and props that were problematic, but that's just not sustainable. So let's actually group this and rotate it. Little tip: if you want to actually rotate it on a pivot point, you can add. This is Trigger. You say source is so good. Look how good this editor is. Gonna make a brush where the center point is now at the pivot, and now you can rotate it. Oh, such a good workflow. I love it. Yeah. There we go. That's come on. No draw. I don't know what this. I have this like. It's called not pet peeve, whatever. Like, always have to return to no draw. Whatever. Yeah, that's all looking a bit better. Got like the basics in. If the source code fix it, yeah. No, I want to actually make a game, not an editor. That's the difference. What's here? Let's add a metal. Foliage. Let's just put this on here. The standard leaves. They're very big. I can't always use them, but here it's. Let's just scale it down just a little bit. Yeah. Might also add some. No, the dandelions. Yes, some fungi. Let's add it back here where it's like more, like darker and more moist. And then we can also represent it in the lighting. This is like a more moist area. Let's add some stains. So we have. Can I get away with this? Yeah, that was fine here. You can usually never use this because it's so bright, but here it works very good. Also add some moss here. I haven't what leaks? See, that's the thing about BSP. That's why leaks exist. If you want to get rid of like the existence of leaks, if you're talking about map leaks, then BSP is just the wrong model. Yeah, we'll see how this actually overlaps in game. Or I can just go here and set the render order to second. I mean, this will always be on top. I don't really like that legend there, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I could actually add. Yes, I could add a little duct. That's like a second, like thicker duct in here. I want one with this one. Yes, with the little. They call it a grill. Okay. Go. Yeah, so now this will actually like align with that, right? Cool. And this will just be a straight one. Doesn't have to be too complicated. There we go. And now I can add some stain decals here. Let me use that one. This isn't a pipe, but this is a custom one, by the way. Scale it down. This isn't a pipe, but whatever. I'm just gonna hide the thing. Very good description, isn't it? Stain oil, always a classic. Americans love this one for some reason. That's a good one, maybe a bit too big. Let's scale this down just a bit. There we go. The best room to texture, do you mean, so a lot of people on my team use Substance Painter. I don't create props myself. I usually just edit existing ones or fix stuff like that. Like I'm more of like a model source technician, if you will, than like an asset creator, where I take other people's models, fix them, put them in the source or whatever. I'll try to make I make like animations and stuff like that, but not really custom assets. So I'm the wrong person to ask that. But a lot of people on my team use Substance Painter or Designer or whatever. I don't know what the visual programs. Okay, let's actually try to add an end here. This has to end at some point. So I'm just gonna add a wall here. And let's have everything stop right there. This will just be no draw, I guess. Is this a funky detail? No, it's not. Good. Okay. Let's just get rid of this brush. Texture it again. A thing I like doing when I have like an intersection like this is just to vary the texture on both bits. So here I could take, I could use this for example, right? And then at the top I use something else, like that. Just so it's, yeah, just makes it look a bit more interesting if it actually like, how to explain it? Right, if you just have this one texture going all the way through, then it kind of looks like it just like ends there. Doesn't look like it's attached, but just adding a second texture there. Oh, not no draw. Makes it feel like there's like a seam there, and yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm kind of hating how this is all sized right now, but it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, because this is all like, yeah, it's fine. This whole walkway is like 30 units off the like 64 unit grid, whatever. And that's why we're getting like this alignment issue here, but it's really an issue because no one can see it. I think I want to extend this a bit further, like here. And this will just be a hard wall. Time to use flat, because this is just much easier to see the brushes in. Yeah, I sometimes use flat, but only very rarely. Only when I'm like, doing brushwork and everything is just no draw, and flat is very useful. I want to add some sort of connection between this wall and that truss here. So I'm thinking about, could this, like, the support prop maybe work here? This one, it's made for bottom, like old aperture, but does that matter? I don't think so. Maybe use the longer one. Oh, it's a bit long, too long. This one. No, I'm not a fan. I think I might use these the gantries that I made a while ago. The single side versions. Maybe those could work here. Actually, yeah, that could work. Then I'm gonna add a little beam on the bottom where it's like mounted on. I'll just use the metal texture that I always use. Yeah, the 2D viewports are difficult to handle. I like Blender's workflow where you just have like one big viewport, and then you can use keyboard shortcuts to switch between individual like orthographic views. I really like that workflow because it gives you a lot of space for every viewport, right? Oh, we don't even see that. I can show you. What's the lead? Do you mean leitmotif for music? I'm not a musician, but you know they're very catchy and memorable, and I think for something like a game, it makes a lot of sense to use it. To have like similar themes, right? Like in Half-Life Alyx, they have so much music everywhere, and a lot of it is very ambient, but it makes you it helps you know like where you are in proximity to certain things. Like when you're in the hotel, they always have this like musical piece of the or like sound of the substation firing, and that helps you know, oh yeah, I'm still like searching for that. Stuff like that can help a lot. Yeah, so this is Blender, right? And you have like just one big viewport, and then you can quickly switch between other views like that, so you get the best of all worlds. And you can also of course like rebuild Source's workflow, like a hammer here if you want, if you really want to. Yeah. Because I very rarely use the bottom one. I use the top and one side view, but whatever. It's just, you know, there's just this mess of meshes, you can't see anything. You can disable those, but that's even more messy in my or whatever. Yeah, so that prop there. Not a fan of just smashing it in there. Let's actually add a top bit there. So what is this actually supporting? That's what I'm thinking right now. I'll use a different texture here. Let's use... Should I use that one? Is it too recognizable? I want to have a slightly darker one. Actually, let's use this one. No. What is happening? Can I just align it? There we go. Yeah, no one will see it. The hue is correct. Sometimes it's just the color is more important than the actual texture. Yeah, so what are we supporting here? Maybe like a... We can't just make a test chamber there. Let's see what the shadow angles are again. Where is that stuff? Where did I place? Oh, this is an instance, right? So the angles are like this. So I can add... Yeah, I want to be careful adding too much here because otherwise we don't have any sunlight. That's the thing with cascade shadow maps. You really have to like build the environment knowing where your sunlight comes from, because otherwise you're just in total shadow all of it at that time. So I want to be careful adding too much stuff here, but I can totally add a chamber like right here. So let's do that. I don't always use the room mover props because the room mover props are super huge and a bit limiting sometimes. So I use them a lot, like yeah. I use the room mover props, but not all of the time. Especially here in Overgrown. I sometimes prefer to just have the metal trusses. These ones. I'm not gonna like make an I-beam. It's gonna leave it like that. I feel like I actually want to like shrink this down a bit. Nah. Let's keep this full size and just add a big box here. Bigger. There you go. Little overhangs. I'll make it a bit larger this way. Don't worry about the blockiness. Yeah, so if we look up from there, oh yes, that is nice and towering. Cool. See the blockiness here is very distracting, of course. I don't like the end. This doesn't make sense at all. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add some other smaller trusses under it. Hi, Lucas. Yeah. So I gotta figure out how to get rid of the blockiness here. It's kind of a hard case right now. Let's look at some reference. I mean, like, how do you end this? Or is this who start? What? This is an elevator. And there's gonna be this like little sort of side area here where you can explore before you leave. I'm trying to get rid of the blockiness here. I think I'm just gonna add... So this is like a sort of a support rail or whatever, right? I'm just gonna add a little second truss. Yeah, I'm gonna deal with that in a minute. Have to go further down. Whoopsie. So now this is all sort of like held up by that. But how do we connect up that mess? Oh, I know. So this will not make no sense, right? Like these should just end in the, like, actually support this, but they don't. Could make them curve, but it doesn't really make sense. I'm gonna just add this truss. Under here. This is a smaller one. What did I do there? Yes, this is exactly what Portal 2D Line is if the Xbox didn't exist. I don't know how many hacks Valve put into the engine for the Xbox. It's crazy. So, the thing I've built here doesn't really make much sense, right? Like, you want to actually support this stuff, but... I don't care. It just looks enough of, like, it just looks like enough of a mess that you just kind of forget what it's actually, like, doing. Right, because if you just have like that weird block end, then it's, you know, then you really notice it. But if you just have enough of a mess, then you don't really, then it just doesn't read as anything anymore, and you kind of just accept the reality of it just being like scaffold mess. I might actually have some inner scaffolding like beam here, and just like terminate down here. There we go. Let's have this one terminated floor. There we go. Yeah. I'm not a fan of using this texture here anymore because it's too similar to the other beams, so I will actually use this one maybe. Maybe the slightly orange one because it looks dirtier. It looks more rusted. This might be half F2 material. It might not be in a default Portal 2 assets set. Oh, I can get rid of this one. Cool. Yeah, that's better. Less distracting now. That everything is just sort of the same color. Okay. What? Let's just compile this. I've been mapping for like over an hour, and I haven't really compiled this yet, so let's compile it. And then I'm gonna have a toilet break. Yeah, clunky. I mean, you don't have to compile all of the time. When I'm like doing technical stuff, I just don't compile lighting, right, to get that logic just right. Um, and only when I'm doing decoration, I really I compile lighting again. But yeah, I try to not compile too much either. A lot of the time, you can just do fast compile, unless you're working in chaos source with a light environment, because that will just look completely horrible with fast lighting. But it is like 10 times faster, so you can actually view your map in like a minute rather than having to wait 15 minutes. And you get the general idea most of the time. Yeah, I'm gonna go on a little pee break after this is done. Come on, 10, yay! Do it! By the way, pro tip: add dash low to your VRAD, and it won't. Then it will start spawn the process. Then it will actually spawn the compilation process in low priority mode, which will not eat up all of your resources at once. Yeah, I always save all of the time too. I'm always like surprised when people tell me that I lost my Word document because I didn't save. I'm like, what, you didn't save? What? I save all of the time. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it's coming together. Maybe I'll add a little clip here because this is annoying that I can't jump. That I have to jump here. Well, yeah, I like the grating text like shadow here, but I also like that I removed some of it and made it a bit more interesting. Oh yeah, this is perfect. Look at how the sunlight streams in through here. I might remove like part of this big brush that I added because this blocks my sun a lot here. But I really like how the lighting looks here. So this, you can't completely ignore these. This is partly because I'm compiling with Accordon, and also because I'm not compiling with Final. But I'm liking the composition and lighting so far. It's working out really well. It's also really highlighting the vent with lighting a lot. I like that too. This doesn't look connected, but it doesn't matter. I also really like the chamber towering up above there. Yeah, this is working out well. Well, I'm gonna go on a toilet break real quick. So see you in a minute. I'm back. P-break over. What's so funny, Trico? A light bridge with the guy photoshopped onto it. What? Let's see. There's a light bridge. Oh god, the Hall of Meta Commentary. We don't go there anymore. That's actually just debug visualization, but it just looks funny. I am missing materials. Always good. That was frustrating. That was frustrating to re-implement the video stuff. Oh yeah, visibility issues. Don't you just love PSP? That I don't know why that happened. It sometimes happens when you like rebuild that. Yeah, that is yeah, a bit bright. That's some good UV mapping right there. And texturing. Is it like randomly selecting them? Why doesn't it just use the same sequence, because we're kind of looping them? Randomize. Okay, let's not randomize. There we go. That happens when you don't tag your texture with clamp S and clamp T with tracker text, so that's just a missing skybox. Ceiling doesn't exist anymore, really. Why is this always popping up? What is going on? Ah, that one. Yes. That's actually me testing out Portal to Community Edition. I added the ability to change the texture for the energy ball. High energy palette. And there are two textures there, I forgot what they are, and I just replaced them with random stuff. It's not Photoshop, it is actually in-game. The sources of P2C. You mean the source code or the game? The game you can only get by being a playtester, and the source code you only get by being licensed with Valve. By Valve, whatever. Okay. So let's keep mapping. I'll just close down my HDR. Great HDR explanations here. There's a good video by Blender Guru, which I can recommend. It's called "The Secret Ingredient to Photorealism" or something like that, which explains HDR and exposures and all that really well. Do I need to add a texture there? No, you can't see it. I'm just gonna leave this as no draw. Oh, what? Oh. Yeah, so this happens because the bounding box doesn't update, for instance, so you just gotta move it and then it updates again. I'm also gonna increase the size of the chord here because map's too small. So there we go. This would be a huge instance, by the way. Look at this. Look at this instance. It's already a very detailed map. Also note how much I possess, like how obsessed I am, how obsessed I am about using no draw everywhere. If you have this much like decoration in the map, then every bit you can optimize counts. And no draw is really just a... yeah, it doesn't save, you know, it doesn't save too much, but it just adds up, right? Because you just get less draw calls to the GPU. The GPU itself has to draw less vertices and so on and so on. So I'm gonna just add a truss here. This will be okay. A second one here, and I'll actually have this be brush geometry. Like that. And then there will just be this wall behind it. It's just gonna end. Yeah, one of the biggest challenges I face with mapping, like, is you can always keep going. You can always just, you know, make it even more sprawling. But somehow you just gotta add the wall and say this is where it ends. This is where the bounds of the map are. And I find it really difficult in finding that edge, you know, finding where a good place, or like, yeah, how to just how do you end a scene, right? If you look, let's look at reference. I mean, interior scenes are easy, but exteriors, right? You basically just you can keep going, but you just make it so dense that you just kind of stop seeing stuff. Like here, look at how dense this all is, and then at some point it just like reads as background. But if this is a game, then you can walk there, and what do we do? Oh, do I have a fence everywhere? That seems a bit, you know, obnoxious as the player. Or everything is like fenced off. You feel like you're in a sandbox. So it's really difficult to make an environment feel like, you know, you aren't just walking along a set path, you're just sort of finding your own way through it. But also making it obvious where, you know, like you have to limit stuff. Like if this is an area, right, then you can just walk there and walk up there. Maybe that's a gameplay feature, okay. But what if you don't want the player to walk there? Then you have to like add a fence or something. It's difficult. I find it difficult. Player clip. Yeah, there's a player clip here. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. Just like a straight player clip without any meaningful explanation. Is this visible from anywhere? No, it isn't. Oops. Yeah, okay, preventing the player from going somewhere isn't that hard. What I mean, I think I said it wrong. What I mean is like finding, like, where do you stop it, right? I can, come on, minimize. I can just keep building out and out and out forever, but at some point I just gotta like cut it off and say this is just as far as you can see now, and that's pretty difficult, especially the larger your environment is. The more open it is, the harder that becomes. Because if you're making like an open world game, you really have to add those distant mountains to it and all, and that's so much work. But it will also be worth it. But yeah, I can't justify spending that much time on every single vista that we have. So that, yeah, that is just a bit harder to, that, whatever, you know what I mean. Okay, so I think I'll add another little truss up here. Trico, I mean, you know, obviously I know how to do it, but it's still always difficult. I mean, it isn't always, but I keep thinking that I have to build it further out than I actually do. Because once I'm in game, it just looks fine. But when I'm in the editor, I feel like this is so small. What? This doesn't make sense. Why does this work? So let's just add these here so they connect a bit nicer. Yeah, that will do just fine. Yeah, Hammer ++ has fog preview in Hammer. That's a really good feature for Hammer ++ that we don't have in Chaos Hammer. What is going on? I think I don't want it to be that high because that would just obscure a lot. Trico, please ask the P2C people. I don't have infinite time. I just want to finish the game. Yeah, I'm just gonna add the same sort of boundary here. I'm just trying to add like a plausible boundary for all of this stuff. For the elevators and stuff. I'm gonna replace all of these straight up with this. There we go. I have not worked with fog, so I don't know. That's all implemented in shaders. But you could probably just easily turn it on. Just haven't done it. Honestly, the most annoying bit about implementing that would probably be like, how do you know which fog controller to use? Because there's no proper system for that in Hammer right now. This is awesome, thank you. Trying my best. Let's just add some. This wall is way too white. It's just a bit bright when you look here. When I walk through here, this is just a bit bright, so I wanna darken it a bit more with some stains. I'm gonna also add a little cracks here. Oh yeah, one thing I can use, I made a cracks texture, this one, yes. Could probably add that here and it might work. It looks a bit weird. It's just gray, which is kind of odd. Should maybe improve it. But whatever, this works okay as like a base, and then we can add more on top of it, you know. A poster, yeah, poster might be a good idea, yes. Yeah. I'm just gonna add more cracks to this because it doesn't really make sense to have like water drips there. So I'm just gonna add a crack. Let's see what poster we have. Underground. This is modern aperture. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have too many like very versatile posters, and I keep reusing the same ones, so gotta be careful not to overuse them all of the time. But this one is pretty versatile. I'm just gonna put this as first, and all of these, like this will be second, third, and this one doesn't even matter. Okay, just so this always renders underneath. Oh yeah, I wanted to add a little player clip here. You kind of get stuck there, which is annoying. Yeah, whatever, this will work. Okay. And also, oh, does this have to with collision model? No, but so yeah, I'll just disable the collision of this completely. Not solid. There we go. Then I'm gonna add more player clip here. So it kind of makes sense where you're walking here. That'll be alright. Mr. Rabbit, yeah, I didn't do that. Who was it? Somebody else also said that they keep compiling all of the time, but yeah, it's something that you, if you map, the better you like. The more you map, then the better you get at just like have at some point you just get this like intuition about what works and what doesn't, right? Even in a weird engine like this where you don't have some like lighting preview or anything, so you have to like in your head know what the sunlight angles will be. Yeah, somebody just developed that, I guess. Or at least I did. I'm just gonna add some plants underneath here. Maybe I will make them smaller so I don't have to stick them to the ground too much. Oh yeah, one good prop is the rubble. Whereas this one, I think it's from Portal from Half-Life 2. I like it because it's just some very low profile rocks that I can just add to grass and whatever. And they aren't too distracting, but they just give a bit more, yeah, definition to the ground. Look at that. Yeah. Do we have other grass textures? Not a big fan of this one. Let's look at the gravel with grass. Oh yeah, I like the gravel. Select adjacent. Let's just apply the gravel material. Yeah, the gravel is cool. Grass is still the same, but now I can just add more gravel to it. I didn't like how uniform it was. So now here along this path I can add like a gravel path. There we go, that's better. And have all of this be a bit more grassy. Maybe around here there's also... Yeah, there may be more gravel in here. Just save real quick. Yeah, some gravel in here. Can't even see that. Yeah, like in the gravel. So now I want to add some plants up here. Like I said, I like my hanging plants. Plants, whatever. There was a really good one. Oh yeah, these here, how they're hanging from up there, the vines, that is good. Those little vines, they don't really hang too much, but they're kind of like sticking to it. This is very low profile. This doesn't have that much plants, but I like this one as well. It's not much hanging here either. Whatever, I'll just add a lot. Foliage. I have some custom foliage props, but those are available to everyone. They're from Allison, I think. Yeah, I think from Allison. Oh yeah, one thing I want to do is I wanted to get rid of this here, so I have the sunlight streaming in. So I'll just do this real quick. Now this makes no sense, right? But it improves the sunlight, so it's worth it. Oops, why did it close? Hey, this one's really good. This is pretty small. That one's good. I'm gonna use that one. Just hang this one from here. Copy it here. If it like hang through this. Oh, this doesn't intersect. That's good. Another one there. Then let's use the other variant. This one. And put that like there. Yeah, well, also did a good job modeling the foliage. These props are so versatile. I love how sometimes people ask me, hey, what custom foliage do you use? And I'm like, that's just Portal 2. I mean, nowadays I have custom foliage, but yeah, back then I didn't. And even now, like all of these props are, we didn't make those ourselves. Those were made by someone else. We just used them. Got permission and all, of course, but it's not doing anything that nobody else could do here, except for the engine. But even then, just like, why don't you ask Valve for that, huh? It's not like this was given, just like Valve was just so gracious to give this to us. We worked hard for this. This isn't just the gods decided we deserve this. No. Worked really hard on this, on getting this. Okay, yeah, really talk for a second. Something that's kind of frustrating to me when, I mean, not really that, but when the report by Lambda Generation came out, they said, and because they have or something along those lines, they basically said that because we have code access, this is why the maps look so good. And this is just not true. It is true for Overgrown. And that's it. Yeah. All of the other maps look exactly the same. We're not using any new features. Some CSGO features, of course, but like, yeah, it's not because we have code access that the maps, like, you know, look the way that they do. It's because we spend a lot of time on the maps. They don't give out licenses anymore. You know, that is what we thought as well 2 years ago. There we go. Yeah, it's just a bit barren. I mean, I will decorate this later. This will be another project to decorate this, but for now let's just focus on the other stuff here. I will actually try to get this sealed in, or at least, you know, sort of adding some skyboxes. So I started using the 2D skybox a lot. Here doesn't really make sense. Maybe I should just use the normal skybox material. Benefit for the 2D skybox is if you have something. So this is not an issue here right now, but if you have like a map and then you have an elevator with a huge elevator shaft that goes up, and that for some reason gets rendered because you're in the potential visible set, it will render in the sky, behind the sky, right? But if you use the 2D skybox, nothing will render behind it. It will just render sky. So I've been using this because we don't really use 3D skyboxes too much. They're not really like, yeah. I've just not needed them right so far. Not that they're bad. I've just not needed them. I already threw the Portal 2 soundtrack. That's crazy. Or at least the single player campaign. Always keep forgetting how good this game actually is until I listen to the soundtrack again or have a replay. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm still modding this. Why we're all still modding this 10 years later. Craft them with love. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Just, it's a lot of work. It's not just the engine. It's not just like, oh, they have the engine and now everything magically just becomes easier. And people think, oh yeah, they just have the engine, you know. One comment I received is, oh yeah, once P2C is out, everything will look like this. I'm just, oh man. Clearly don't understand what this actually means. So it's not the engine making the map. I mean, somebody just posted a Roblox picture on the Report Revolution server. It looks so good. I mean, it's super low res, but the composition and lighting and like color palette and everything is just so spot on. This is made in Roblox. Yeah, I wonder how they're going to decorate this side. It's not gonna bother for now. Yeah, true. That's probably true. it's very easy to just say, oh yeah, like I don't have something that they have, or like I'm not ready yet, or something like that, right? Some shit like that, where I mean it's just no, they've just been working on, like they've just had like 10 years of experience before you. That's why their stuff looks better. Okay, now I know. Yeah, why didn't I not notice this sooner? These shouldn't be that thick. My underbeams are always like much smaller than the top beams. There we go, that looks so much better. On that side. I love this song how she just like constantly insults you. I might actually just terminate this here. I found it would be cool to have this like beam sticking over there, but I think it's well. I'll just leave this bit a bit emptier so we have the sunlight streaming in. Yeah, that would be good. Okay, let's add back this. My favorite song for Part 2 is in terms of like creativity and how fun it is, it's Freddy Faithblade, which is this one. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it just the most industrial thing you've ever heard? But in terms of actually like listening to it, it's gotta be a close call between Bombs for Throwing at You and Your Precious Moon and the Courtesy Call. This is Bombs for Throwing at You. Time to work on the foliage a bit more. This is still way too brown. Technical difficulties. Which one is that? Why can't I find it? Oh, it's up there. Oh, okay. 3 discs. That one? I'm not a moron. I mean, the whole OST is great. Let's switch it up a bit though. Let's listen to half of Alex soundtrack. Yeah, so this here, right? Like how do I end this bit? Because I can't really map anything here. Because this is where the map is. This is where the other thing is, and I can't connect the two because that's just a biz nightmare. So I just gotta like somehow find a way to stop this here. I think I'm just gonna add a little box here. I don't want to have to stick out too much because I still want to have good sunlight here. I think I'll just add a little box here that this kind of wraps around. Because no one really even look at this too much, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But it should still be passable. That can be empty. And now I'm just gonna add this truss here, that one. This is enough to read as stuff, but it doesn't really take much space. It's meant for underground, but who cares? That'll do fine. Yeah, there we go. That'll be okay. I mean, if there's not, if it's like, if it doesn't fit there for like, you know, like a 10 unit range, I can just move it a bit further along. That's not too much of a problem. I've started to kind of move these like background decoration, or like, not even, this is a background, but like, this works as an instance because it's very contained, right? It's very self-contained. And I've started to move these like background decorations or whatever into their own instances, so it's just much easier to work with instead of like having everything in just one big project file. Yeah, then you can really just like focus on that bit and then just add it there. And maybe you can even make it reusable and just put it into 10 maps. Like show me one of the. Yeah, this is actually a good time to use one of the decorations and says, look at these. We have this folder called detail, and there's just a bunch of stuff in there. There's a destroyed folder with like just random wall like modules that I made at some point. These were I mean, all of these were actually in a map at some point, and I just deleted the map. Like, this map no longer exists, but I just took the like decorative bits and made them instances, and now we can just reuse those wherever. And as long as you don't make it too obvious that you're just reusing the same 3 instances all of the time, it's fine. Like, we have these wall lookout modules. These were all part of like specific maps at some point. This is a very boring one. Let's look at the first one. Oh, this is a cool one, yeah. That one. And then you just like collect all of these instances, and then you can just copy paste them all of everywhere. I think this one is one that Monty made. He's also been contributing a lot of. No, this is. Oh yeah, this is his. Yeah, look at that. It's a bit of a weird shape, but I really love it. He obviously just like extended the previous one downwards. I love how everything is like hanging down here. This one is kind of more purpose built for a specific map, so it's not that like it isn't that reusable, but this one is pretty good. Yeah, I might use this one. Let's see. Can we put this one there? Tutorials for what? For making instances. You just make an instance. It's not that hard. Just gotta find the time to do it. There we go. Look at that. Now I just gotta connect the trusses. So I will just extend these further up like that. I'll just copy one of those. Can we see this? No, we can't. Okay. Yeah. This doesn't end anywhere though, so I'm just gonna copy one of those. Actually, you know what? I still have that. I just had a really cool idea. What if we have a little like rock face here? Rock wall. That'll be super cool. Yes, that's the stuff. Oh, hammer crashed. Took a long time today for hammer to crash. No, I don't want you to not load my viewports. I still don't fix that. But luckily I keep saving all the time so we didn't lose anything. That isn't luck, that's just me being cautious. Okay. So, why is it so low down? Yeah, Chaos Hammer is really stable, luckily. It doesn't crash that often. Can we see this? And, you know, here again, you know, I could just extend this, but this might actually just work. Except for here. I mean, yeah, we'll just have to see if this is enough or not. I'm gonna add no draw behind here, not skybox. That will just improve the lighting a bit. And then I want to have something that's here, that's kind of breaking this up again. I'm just gonna add a box here. It's kind of sticking in here, and that will kind of like divide the space a little. I should also texture this. How to texture this? Let's see. Let's use ceiling. Oh, we already have ceiling selected. This is too. Yeah, let's make it that sized. There we go. Let's just scale this one up so we have a bit more. So we can, yeah. Like that. It's very obvious that we're just repeating the same thing, so I'll just rotate. I decided that I don't like that. Maybe like this. It will be okay. Not really, but it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna add another truss here. So this is all kind of, you know, like the sort of they like kept the cliff, but they're building around it, sort of, you know. That. Remember, there's a lot of this like cliff architecture in the Overgrown stuff. We've got a lot more nature in the mod. Like instead of all just being like metal that's all overgrown, we've got some like rocks and exposed bits like that. Yeah, now it isn't as obvious that it's repeating. I mean, we have this bit, but whatever. Cool. Also gonna. So this is kind of blocky now, and I'm not a big fan of this. But since this is kind of in a background, I'm hoping it isn't too distracting. See, this all needs to be much higher now. I would really love to stream some more stuff, like the development, to just talk a bit more, but with this project it's just not really that feasible because, yeah, I want to keep stuff secret, you know? Otherwise it's just all spoiler. And I feel like the mod is... I've got a lot of cool stuff in there. Just don't want to spoil everyone. Okay. Even though you guys would love to have the sneak peek, but nope, not giving it. Yeah, let's see. Okay, it's kind of getting somewhere. I still need to decorate this box. Obviously, you know, this is gonna be another project. Back here, it is also very bare, but it is all obscured by enough like truss work here that it doesn't really matter. I could just add like one of these truss boxes back here. What track is this? This track plays so like in the middle of... Okay, I didn't see back there. Yeah, so now this kind of just adds a bit more decoration to the skyline. Let's compile this. No, not that map. Let's compile this one. I shouldn't need to compile, like to have the cordon anymore if I actually close off this now. Where is it? There. So let's just use a dev texture. Let's see if I have a leak here. Yeah, of course. Where is it? Down here. Oh, there. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is... Yeah, I completely forgot about it. Shouldn't be too difficult. We'll just... yeah. Brush there. And this, I want to cut into the floor here. Just like I did before. I really love Mike Moraski's Half of Alex soundtrack. It really is like a great combination of the Kaylee Bailey sort of drum sample heavy, you know, very sample heavy soundtrack that he did for Half-Life 2, and his more electronic industrial stuff that he did for Portal 2. It's a great mixture. I really love it. I'm compiling the wrong map. Still leaking. Oh yeah, there's also a leak here. Just not looked at this. Let's cut up this brush. Where is the cut? Yeah, let's cut it into 4 pieces. Just quickly texture this differently, and there's another leak down here, right there. Yeah, I'm gonna, oops, undo this change. and add a new brush here. Can this just stay no draw? Because no, we can't even see this, can we? Yeah, we can't see this. You can't see this. I don't need to make it black. Because even black still is a draw call, whereas no draw just is no draw call at all. That's why it's called no draw. Ah, yes, another hollow. Yeah. I just copied this to here. Align it. And compile. Leak. I should join a source edge mapping Discord server and ask why my map is leaking. What was this again? Oh, yes, this is also here. It hasn't complained so far, but it will. Yeah, I'll do the vent area later, because you know this is an Easter egg after all. Now you all know where the Easter egg is, but you guys deserve it for being here so early. Okay, there's this. Okay, let's just extend this then. It's kind of annoying to compile this in two different maps all of the time. But whatever. Compile times are increasing, but now also decreasing because now it's actually all sealed and no longer cordoned. Yeah, I can really recommend PureRef to anyone. It's a great tool. It's very simple, you know. I mean, you can use whatever. Like, you can use whatever software you want to organize your inspiration. I like PureRef because it's just this like infinite canvas, and it's very simple and yeah. I don't need any more arguments. It's just simple. That's why I like it. And you can just like make it smaller, like zoom in on one of the pictures, just have it there, and because it's always on top, you know, you can like just work like that. Trick or just look for PureRef, okay? PureRef. Just look it up. You'll find it. Yeah. I can share some of my save files if you want. A lot of them are for like Minecraft projects. Like this is a kitchen. I wanted to build like an outdoor kitchen in my Minecraft world. So I looked up some reference there. Or like a greenhouse. I wanted to build like a greenhouse, like a small greenhouse in Minecraft. The London Bridge is really cool. It's this like, yeah, it's a bridge where they build all of this stuff hanging, and it just looks so cool. It's for Linux, yay! But let's go back to Overgrown Daylight. There you go. Let's actually load the map. Restart. Oh yeah. Funny chaos source bug. If you change the amount of displacements, you can't reload the map. You have to restart the game. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. It also only happens sometimes. I don't know. costs money. No, the free version. Maybe there's a one that charges you, but the one that I have is free. It's not SP. Test. Keep forgetting names. Speed gel elevator. I already love the lighting and like composition, everything about this here. Just look at that. It's like you're still in the darkness, but in the middle it's all like lit up. Yeah. Oh yeah, this should have a better ending. Yeah, I'm gonna have to model how this actually ends, because this is supposed to be like a like an elevator that doesn't go up, it only goes down. Oh yes, that's gonna be a cool little explorative area here. Shrooms a bit, yeah, whatever. The sign looks good, it's all like overlaid on top of it. The grade on there also is interesting. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I'm gonna have to come up with like how this ends at the top here. Also, this is fine. It just ends there, but maybe I'm gonna do the thing that I did here, where I just add like a little framework, so there's just something in the distance. Actually interesting, this actually like is all like obscured by the bloom. You know what, I think this is fine. This isn't really distracting too much. Yeah, and the rock cliff face also, yeah, because it's so obscured anyway, I don't really have to have that much detail there, right? But just gotta add something at least, and this is good enough. You can look through here, and now you just see this, which is fine, because you never spend too much time here anyway. Yeah, the main like part where you go is here. I still want to add more plants here. But this will do nicely for now. Yeah, Trick, but that's why I like it. It's so simple. You just gotta know how to, you know, how the mouse works in the program, but it's easy enough to figure out. We could even go back here and see all of this. It's gonna be fun for people. Like, ooh, I found this like little secret weird area with the rock textures and all. Ooh, I actually gotta look at this. That's the benefit of using the instances, right? You just get all of like, you know, I would have spent, oh, I don't know who made this. I think Monty made this. Monty spent like, maybe I did. Looks like something that I would make. Yeah, this looks like something that I made. I spent like, you know, like 20 minutes decorating this, and now I can just copy paste it everywhere. So now everywhere I just have these like 20 minutes of work in, and it only took like, you know, 20 seconds to put there. So you really gain a lot by using those. Obviously don't, you know, only have instances everywhere, but because then it just gets repetitive. But here it works really well. Although this is, yeah, I still gotta decorate this as well. There are still some projects that are finished, but I'm pretty happy with the general look of this. But I really gotta figure out what to do up here. I don't know. How high does this go? Around here? Maybe I can just copy this here and like find some way to incorporate all of this. How I hate this UI. Open idle, there we go. Does it stay open? No, it doesn't. That is why I hate this UI. Open idle. No, it doesn't do anything. No, it's just that. It's well implemented, this thing. Close idle, open idle, there we go, okay. Yeah, this is high enough, okay. I'll just make a copy, scale it down, so it's sort of like, you know, like around there, catching that. And now it stays like that. Yes, that's the editor. I should also move this higher up, but now I have to select all of those, which is okay. So this is where grouping would be good. But a lot of the time I just don't care. All of them selected? Yeah, that seems like it. You can scale models. It only works in CSGO branch games with shift scroll wheel. There we go. Yeah, now this is hopefully not too... Yeah, this is fine, okay. Because this like rim is aligned, so it makes sense here, but this is okay. Cool. Yeah, now I just gotta find some way to do all of this. So first of all, I think I want to make like an arch that wraps around here, so we have an actual texture here instead of just nothing. Let's just isolate that. What do you mean models floating around? What? Make an arch. Wall width, let's do 8. 16 subdivisions. Is that? Let's make a few more. 24. Yeah. That would be okay. Select that. Let's see what texture this could be. I want to have something that is like nondescript and sort of just doesn't call too much attention to itself, but isn't used everywhere. Something like this. I'll just try it. Is this aligned or anything? Yeah, I should align it. By the way, I'm holding Alt to wrap the texture around the corner like that. Something that I figured out way too late in my mapping career. Oh, what am I doing? This is just isolated. Okay. Yeah, now we have a good edge around this, like for the blades here. It's not even edge, it's just a wall. I added all of these weird like trusses just for casting shadows. I'll just move them a bit out of the way. Never be afraid to remove decorations that you added like, you know, 2 years ago. I think you're cool. You're cool too, Mr. Rabbit. Let's move this a bit higher up. That. Oh, this is kind of awful, actually. Yeah, I just added some shadow casting stuff here. I'm gonna move this back so it is aligned with something. So I'm gonna rotate it like that. Yeah, whatever. Here we just have this is not thick enough, is it? Can't you see through there? Time to redo this. Yeah, this should be a bit thicker, like there. Okay. Wall width 60, no. 40. 24. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So now I'll just add the same weird metal hull thing. I think this is even portable, is it? This is a... no, it isn't. Okay, I gotta fix that. This is a Half-Life 2 texture for sure. Just wrap it around. Okay, yeah, you can't really see the seam here at all, so it's fine. Just gonna isolate this too again, and here I'll just select the black texture. Tools, black. Funky detail it. And there we go. Yeah, now you can see up there anymore. You see through the cracks, but it doesn't matter. Cool. So now, how to connect this with that? I feel like, yeah, I'm just gonna copy this, move it up, make it small so this is kind of like a ring around it. And then, does this work? Surprisingly well. Okay. Then we have this like second ring above it where this is all held. Now this is where I'm kind of thinking that I should make a model for this. But let's first see what models we already have. Elevator. So we have the blades. We have this, we have that, which isn't too useful right now. Greetings from Austria, Skeleton. Yeah. Oh, this one could be now. It's true. It's got both of. I should really make a version where it has where it only has the central ring, because that is so useful. But yeah, in one version it's only the outer ring, and one version it's only the inner ring. Such a useful prop. Or this one this is the same thing, isn't it? It's kind of the same thing. It's rotated. The glass. Oh, it's on the bottom. Let's put the glass there and see how that looks. Glass. Oh, those. No, I want to have that glass. Yeah. This is actually at the bottom here. I don't know why it's rotated this way. lot of rings. So this is me problem solving. I also don't always know what I want to map. It's sometimes very difficult to find, to know what you want to do. So I'll just try to somehow like add some sort of interesting framework around this that doesn't look weird, but you know, it's very easy to just add some weird ugly brush geometry around it. But this should look like it makes sense here. Like this is kind of like a buffer up here, where, you know, the elevator could be stored or something. So I'm thinking about adding some square beams in a circle here. But doing that in Hammer is a nightmare. It's a bit high up. Let me move this down a bit, make it a bit taller. There we go. So texture decides here. I am thinking about jumping into Blender and doing this there, making a custom model. I hate doing that, just because you gotta actually texture the models. And I don't want to make a new texture. I want to use existing textures just to add something that, you just want to like make like a piece of brushwork basically that's hard to do in the editor here. Or I'm just gonna add some, just some beams. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna add some beams. Okay, let's see. There we go. Let's just make some. Okay, let's actually make it long, but really thin. No, that's, I hate that. And then my settings are gone. What if we like angle this slightly? That's okay, but I would want to add some more, something else back here. So this is kind of like a oops. B, F, come on, give me, oh, there we go. New face there. So it's sort of like that. Yeah. Okay, let's add frame around this. The music is very fitting, it's very intense right now. It's not really intense, but it feels that way. Mapping this. Oh yeah, look at that UV. That's good. Let's put that at the right side and then we just see. There we go. Yeah. That's kind of doing something. And now I can just rotate this all around. So how I do that is I just put both of them. How far away is that? It's 2 units. So yeah, I just select both, and then you can just like copy it, put it back, and then rotate the copy like that. And because you also, you know, on the pivot point, it all works fine. And then you can select 4, copy them, move them back, rotate those, and now you've got 8 of them. Just make them all into different detail. Let's see how that works. Probably not that great, but it's actually fine. It's really fine in game. One thing I might actually do is something very scary, but in Chaos Sauce you can get in Chaos Hammer you can get away with it. Let's just select all of the inner vertices, which is not fun. Oh god, only the inner bottom ones. I mean, actually it's okay. Yeah, now we can just move these up slightly. Just move the whole thing down. And now this has a bit of a bevel to it. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of coming together. It's like something at least. And I'm wondering if I want to add glass around here or something. Right, I could just go here, like add more glass. We can arch. Let's have a lot more subdivisions. Let's have 48, that like twice the amount. Oh, that's not so wrong. Subdivisions, and then just make it very thin. So now we've just got this big glass band. Mine has too many faces actually, but whatever. Hi Whitley. Glass. Let's use glass. Should we have the dirty one? Of course. I've been trying to do more like weird shapes and not just making everything boxy. And circles are, you know, circle stuff is annoying to do in Hammer, but you only really gotta like have to do like a little bit of it, and yeah, it's always worth it, I think. Especially if you can do stuff like this. I mean, a lot of the time I end up going to Blender making a custom prop just for this one situation. I've done it if like not that often, like 2 or 3 times, but I try to avoid doing that. Because it just makes it more annoying to yeah, to work with the map later. There we go. It's kind of weird looking, but I kind of like it. Like a weird dome on top of this whole thing. Yeah, look at that. It's kind of cool actually. But this is still floating. So let's do something about that and just add some... We mean take this map. It looks like a lighthouse, yeah. I kind of like that though. It's kind of interesting. It's just weird geometry. It kind of makes it stand out. Oh, come on. We have this like baked light here, which is interesting. I'm just gonna add like a beam, a basic beam here. Can do this again. So what I'm actually interested in is I have this texture here, this one, which has the white fade. Let's try to align this. So what's happening? So we have the same like light fade. Should make this smaller a bit. Yeah, like that. That's fun. Yeah, you're remapping. This is awful. Okay, there we go. Just keep the top node raw. There we go. That's kind of fun how it lit up the same way. Okay. It is just a ring. Yeah, man. Tell it to a source mapper. Oh, it's yeah. Tell a source mapper. Oh, it's just a circle. It's not that hard. Source is a big deal for some reason. What's happening with my viewport? So where does this is? Oh, it's perfectly aligned. Okay, then that's all good. So let's move this, move it back, rotate this, select all four, move it back, rotate. Now I've got 8 of them. Go. It's a bit thick, but that's fine. Could we add more glass here too? Like, could we use one of the glass models? There was this other glass model, this one. Could this work? No, I don't think so. But maybe I can just actually add a single glass cylinder, which will just be one plane instead of, you know, like 30 cylinder like 24. There we go. Yeah, the benefit with using the cylinder primitive is that this is only one brush. It isn't like, you know, like 30 brushes, it's just one, so this is much easier to render. That actually can remove the top, but now I should keep it there so it actually renders, you know, so your light can actually shine through it. What do you mean mouse click? My mouse, yeah, I've got a loud mouse. I have a silent keyboard though. If you haven't seen my keyboard, I have the coolest keyboard. I rebuilt. Why is this here? Okay, I rebuilt the keyboard from Portal 2, Portal 1, I mean. With all of the highlighted characters. Oh. Maybe I'll actually add some plants in here now. Let's see. It's already cool. A bit smaller maybe. Don't want it to clip out here too much. Yeah, that works really good. I'm impressed. Can I add some moss here? Now adding this to a curved surface is awful. But let's see if this just works. No. At least not well. Yeah, no, okay, I'm giving up on that. Maybe I could try to make a custom texture and add moss to that. I'm not good at do that right now. This doesn't make much sense anymore now. Okay, actually just put this up there. I still want to have the funny shadows here. Just have to like lying there. There we go. This could just be like lying on the blades here as well. Now we can add more foliage in there. Oh, that's clipping in there. Okay, that's better. I love this. Oh, what would be so cool is to have like something that is like, you know, like some vines that stick to this. That would be animated. Have to be animated though. That would just be an animated prop. Should we try that? Should we try? Yeah, let's try that. This is gonna be a lot of work, but it's gonna be so worth it. Okay. Let's open that model. Why did I open this already? I have to blend. Where is this even located? It's in elevator / elevator blades. Okay, elevator blades broken. There it is. I'm gonna make a second version of this though. Vines. I can show you guys this. So this is my setup. Vines. I have the blend file here. I'm just gonna open the QC. Compiled with crowbar. Oh yeah, good. Body. Oh, I can simplify this a bit. Broken vines model. Can get rid of that. Section frames, whatever. Vines, bind pose. Oh wait, this isn't actually rotating, this is just rotating on that. So I need to actually make a custom animation on that. Okay. So this is just gonna be, I prefer calling it idle rather than bind pose. It's a weird name, bind pose in my opinion. So let's make a second animation. This is gonna be called spin. Yes. Blades. Because this also has spin and wind up and slow spin. Mine has nothing. Mine is just getting rotated by that. But let's add an animation to this. I think I'll need to add loop to this, don't I? Like loop? How do you we do that? I haven't. So if you don't know anything about source, you know, then just go to the developer wiki to sequence. There it is, and then you can see all of this stuff. Add an animation name to this? What was the previous syntax? Why am I so confused right now? That's all I need to do. Okay, so let's do this again. Copy that. La la la. SMD QC is a weird syntax. Idle. Let's call this idle. And then we have spin. We don't want to fade, so let's just make fade out and loop. And this will just be idle again, and we can delete that. What is section frames? Oh, is that for like splitting it up into the anim files? Yeah, I don't know if I need that. So let's open the blend file. And we have that. We don't need a material for this. I have a skeleton on this. Why is this rotated so weirdly? I'm gonna make a new skeleton. I'm just gonna get rid of the armature. So let's rotate it down like that. Okay. Apply transforms, and now I can add my armature. First I'm gonna actually add the vines. So time to import the vines. Let's see. Source engine assets. I'm just gonna do it this way. Just a bit easier. Bigger. Models, props, foliage, and then which vine? I think I want to have the vine something 05. This one, yes. It's probably going to be too big, but maybe I can edit the mesh. I should also increase the end clip and the start clip further out. Okay. Where are my vines? Oh, it's this small. Okay. Why is this at the bottom? I think this was a weird like Blender default a while ago. So let's go into rendered, or is this like material preview? Yeah, now if it loads the materials, now good. So let's just scale this up a ton. Why is it doing viewport denoising? I hate that. Go away. Let's move this somewhere here. And now I can edit the mesh to maybe like attach this there a bit more. I've never really worked with the with this too much. Can I have this render as wireframe, please? That's a bit too wireframey. Bounce, nah. Textured, solid. I wanna have it like transparent in a way. Oh, whatever. There's probably some way, but I don't really care right now. At least not too much. I'm trying not to deform it too much. What is this weird face? Portal discussion, what? Stella mod, it's called portal discussion. Because why do you put that colon there? Oh, this is awful, what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'll just keep it this way. Seems good enough. Okay, well, okay, time to save. And now I want to merge these two into one join. Don't think if I have to do that, but yeah, I don't have to do that, and I shouldn't. Okay, let's keep it separate. I just need to move it into here. Okay, so let's parent. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Should I make a sim or just animate this? I think I'm just gonna animate this. So let's parent it to that. Parent, yes. Now when I rotate this will just move with it, great. And now I can attach a lattice to this. Where is it? There, it's very small. I'm gonna try the lattice method for now. How do you work with lattices? I've never really used them too much. Can I? Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna select the entire thing, like have this like wrap around it. And then I can add, yeah, subdivisions are in the settings, so I'm just gonna make I should probably make a new box. Lattice, move it over there, scale it up, scale it on the Z axis there, scale it on the Y, and now I can increase the resolution. I don't need that much res, but I should have some res here, especially there. This should be good enough. And now if I add a lattice modifier to this and point to the lattice, this should now deform with the lattice. Look at that. Yes. So now I just parent the lattice to this again, and now nothing happens because now I can just do this. Let me actually cursor to selected and move along the 3D cursor, rotate along the 3D cursor, I mean. And now this will rotate, yes. So I can just rotate. Actually, I want to move the cursor a bit higher up. There we go. Yeah, like there. Yeah. And now when I rotate this along its bounding box center, this will just do that. Okay, that is. Let's actually make. Do we even need a spin animation? The map, yeah, I can show you the map. This is what the map looks like. Oops. It's a. I should actually recompile this. Because I've added a bunch of stuff since then. Oh, this is what? No, don't tell me. No. 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 I thought that my brushstroke might have some issues, but no. Which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's not. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Wait, what? Okay, it's one of those. Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Okay, this one is that isn't too bad. I think it's just too thin. Yeah, look at that. It is too thin. Problem report. I don't trust problem report. Yeah, this is just too thin. So 432 is the size. Okay. There you go. So let's make another arch. Okay, now that I'm doing it again, I'm gonna add way less subdivisions to this. 32 should be okay. And let's make the width a bit thicker so we don't have that issue again. That's a bit too thick, isn't it? Let's make it 2. 432. Let's make it 2, that should be okay. Yeah, okay, these all have geometry now. Gonna select this glass again. Oh, that's some good. Wow, well unwrapped. I hate doing this, it takes so long, it's so annoying. Yeah, 42 subdivisions are more than enough. Good. Compile. Now it works. Okay. I'm gonna have a little pee break again. See you all in a sec. There we go. You'll know how sometimes when you're done, you know, with your business, you feel like, oh, there's still more, but it just, yeah, maybe not a toilet break after this, because I think we are soon done with this. Let's actually reload the map. Haunting, yeah, those screenshots are very haunting. I agree. I'm very glad I'm on break when I show these, so don't have to look at them. Yeah, look at that. Yes. Yeah, that looks good. Funky artifacts there with transparency, whatever. That looks good. From back here you can't really see it too much unless you really look. Yeah, it kind of looks like a lighthouse, but I like that. Just this little, like, I could actually probably get rid of the glass back here, but whatever. This doesn't make sense, but you can't. Yeah, you can't see it really too much. Oh, whatever. I like it so far. What I don't like is that it's kind of obscuring my shadows a bit too much. Yeah, there, all of that is kind of obscuring the shadows, but it's not too bad. It is fine. Maybe I should also get rid of a few more of the blades so we have more sunlight here, but it's fine. It's already good. So let's keep working on this. You know, I can make. Let me actually get rid of this. Does this support shape keys, I wonder? Yes! Yes, of course. There we go. So let's add a shape key. Let's call this the straight. Basis would also be fine, but whatever. And now we make a modification to this. Let's change this back to the 3D cursor. Actually, what does proportional editing in here look like? That would be a good idea, Skelly. That's fun. I might do that, yeah. How do you change the size of proportional editing again? Decrease its P up and P down. What is that? Page up? Or is it just so small right now? I'm wondering. Blender proportional editing size. Not working. I love it. Page up, or use the scroll to change forms such as actions. Yeah, that is what I thought, but it doesn't seem to do the trick. Or is it just super small? There it is. I mean, I'm working with super like large dimensions here, so I wouldn't be surprised. But it's kind of sad that it just like stops. Or does it just not work with this? It should. What are you doing? I'm trying to make like these like half a vine that is like rotating with the blades and like blowing in the wind. Okay, then I'll just rotate it myself. That's what I tried to go for. Yeah, there we go. So now Now I have below. So now I can just... How fast should it rotate? 3D cursor, no, bounding box center, okay. So now I can just rotate this. Like, let's just say I rotation. No, I need to rig all of this stuff. Oh god, how am I gonna... Yeah, this doesn't work with a lattice. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. How can I delete all of this? I'll just remove the lattice modifier here. Yeah, so what I have to do is I have to make a skeleton animation. I was so stupid. Okay, so let's make an armature. Not there. I should put in the music again. So 3D cursor locations, reset this, add an armature. So there is our base thing, bone. Plat in the elevator tube, what do you mean? Let's just make this a bit bigger so we can see the bone. There we go. Plants in the tube. That's, I don't know. I mean in the yeah, that would be cool, but it will intersect with the elevator. And it just sounds like a nightmare, you know. Let's add a new bone. Oh come on, bone, the whole bone, please. There we go. Just move it down. There. So now this can be blades, and this can be base. And that should be parented to that. Keep the offset, please. So now I want to add a bone. Why doesn't it select the whole bone? There should be a shortcut to like select the whole thing, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, I want to move this over here. Rotate it. Now let's just add some the more bones, the more accurate this will be. Okay, that should do. Yeah, now let's just parent. Clear the parent for that. And I will parent this to with automatic weights. So now this should pose mode. Nope. Parent clear. This, then that. Parent armature deform. Oh, I think it's because I'm so... My scale is so large. There we go, that's better. Yeah. And now, I'll just parent this to that bone. What is happening? Take this, select that, pose mode, select that, pair control P, it's control P. To bone! So now when I rotate this, it will rotate this, and when I rotate this, it will rotate that, and this will now follow that. Let's see. Control P. Now this I should use the edit mode. This mode should be parented. Keep the offset in pose mode. There we go. Why is this not assigned to anything? Let's look at that. Let's enter pose mode again. Rotate this a bit. Now we can look at this in edit mode. No, we can't. I hate it. Weight paint. Okay. So these should be parented to that. That does not work the way I want it to. Weight paint. What's the name of that bone? I'm gonna name the bones. So this is called bone, this is called bone 1. Okay, so let's call this vine 1. Vine 2. Vine 3, Vine 4, Vine 5, Vine 6. How many did I add? Vine 7, Vine 8. 8 vines, bones, that's okay. So let's now enter the edit mode for this and add all of those to that. All of those to vine 1. And this to sign. Good. Alright. So now, oopsie, no, I want to select that. Yes. Pose mode. Come on. Okay. And now I have, or not. What? Now I have it. Oh, okay. There we go. Rigid body. So let's actually animate this now. From here, that's the rotation, and now in like frame 20 or whatever, we will say we will have rotated on the z-axis 360 degree, and I will add a rotation keyframe for that too. It says it's keeping steady because, yeah. Actually, the end should be 20. Graph editor, please. Blades rotation. Oh, it's doing quaternion stuff. Ugh. That's not. That is never fun. I just want to rotate the bone, please. I just want to spin the bone. Why is it rotated already? Be gone rotation. Delete keyframe. Delete all of them. Rotate by Z. Euler. There we go. Euler better. Euler easier. For this at least. So add keyframe. Go to frame 20. Set this to 360, keyframe, linear interpolation. And now, yay, we're spinning. It's very fast. Timeline. Just make this like 300. Oops, oops, oops. And now I can move this. How do I? There we go. Okay. Can move this to 300. That's fast enough. Also slow enough. Good. So now I should just need to add rigid body bones to this, don't I? Body rigid, body rigid, body rigid, body rigid, body rigid, body. I don't know how to do it faster. Rigid body, come on, do the thing. Do a rigid body thing. Do I need to add like a force field to this? Like a wind force. It's always in front of it. Come on, do the thing. I don't even know how the bendy bones work, you know. That might be the problem. Pose mode. Okay, so how do these work? Physics. Collision? No. Oh, it should maybe be active, you know, that might be why. I should maybe just make this active. That is a possibility that this would be useful. Active. 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 Still not. Maybe only shows in pose in object mode. Oh yeah, okay, this is a bit strong now. Good, but it does a thing. The only real difficulty with like doing this stuff is that you have to make it work in source. Right? So you really have to do it all in a very specific format. I don't think we even need this anymore. It just does a weird thing here anyway. I think it's because they're all intersecting with each other. Sort of just like immediately flings up and then like curls up on itself. That can't be active. Oh, no, it works. Look at that. Yes. Oh, what? Oh, I think my rigid body physics world is too, or whatever. I don't know why they have a separate setting for that. It's very confusing. Where is that? Rigid body. It's on the world, isn't it? The world is here. Mist pass. No, what is that? That's world properties. Rigid body world. There, it's on a scene. Okay. Something around here? No. There it is on a cache. Yeah, 300. Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare to loop. Oh no. The music is so funny. It's just super intense. How with looting things. It's a good idea actually. Will it do anything? I think I might just keyframe this by hand. Might be better. Can I select multiple and just untick that? No, it says it only does it to one, which I hate. I think you can hold like Alt or something. Yeah, that works. Good. Good that I finally know that. Alt and it unchecks all of those boxes, doesn't it? It crashes Blender. That's also good. That's also good to know. Okay, I'll just do it one by one then. let's save and uncheck this one. There we go. Okay, so now I don't have any bendy bones anymore. I'll just keyframe this. I'll just do an IK rig. So how do you do this again? Yeah, you go here and then you add an inverse kinematics. Yes, which you point there. So now, oh, this shouldn't be parented anymore. Control P. I want to clear the parent. Oh, I should need to do it in pose mode again. Control P. Not make parent. Dissolve. No. Parent. Clear. Hello. Clear the parent for me. Oh, this. Oh, I need to separate this. Not separate. No. Dissolve. No. Where is the bone? Give me the bone. I'll just make a new bone. It's better anyway. Okay, so pose, and now I try to point the IK to itself. That's not that good. So go back to the first frame. IK point to armature to bone. It's called bone. Don't stretch. You can't stretch for me. Why is it still? Oh, that's the chain length. Chain length should be nope. Something like 8. Yes, 8. Okay. So now this just does that. Okay. I can fix the weird weight mapping here. So these will all just have be on the. I should probably do this like weight pinning properly at some point, but yeah, whatever. Which vertex is that? It's like in there. It's like back here. Control the Alt C, I mean. Okay, parent all of this crap to the last one, for fuck's sake. Good, okay. There we go, that's better. Yes, now I can just animate it like that. That's much better, okay. The problem is if I do this, it will just, yeah, try to follow that, which is not what I want. I should parent this bone to the top bone. Let's hope we're not getting too crazy for dependency loop here. So parent, make, keep offset. Yeah, we're getting dependency loop. I can fix that by just reducing the chain length. Yeah, then it does this. Which means that the top bit won't rotate, but that's fine. Because now I can just have it start like there. keyframe that location, and that will just keep doing that. I know that I can make a row, but I don't want to do that. So let's actually move this a bit further back. I did try the static simulation, I didn't do anything. So, location. Also, sometimes it's just better to do it manually, especially because with the bendy bones, they like to twist weirdly. I don't really know how to, I mean, you could probably just with constraints, but doing it manually sometimes is just easier. So yeah, I don't really need to do anything here, but now I can add I can go to the Z location, which is just the same, and add a modifier, add a noise modifier. I will just slightly wiggle up and down. Let's change this scale strength. That's the wrong coordinate. Why is it the wrong coordinate? What? Okay, let's get rid of that. Is it this one? Don't show me that. So it is Y, okay. Noise. And strength up. And scale as well, so it's kind of smoother. There we go. Can I like add something to this? Like I don't want this. I want the bottom to be at the at the 0 point. Because if it's going too low, it's like stretching weirdly. I think the fix I'd say for that is just to. Can I just literally? No. There we go. Okay, there we go. That is better. What? Does it do anything? Don't show me that, please. Annoying, 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 annoying. What frame am I at? Just go back to the first frame. Location. Move it up. Move it already. Why can I do this and when I actually confirm it just cancels it again? Oh, it's because I'm in normalize. Okay. It was doing it. I'm just dumb. Okay. There we go. So that's doing something. Increase the strength a lot. Here it's stretching too far again though. I don't want to keep it up here. Yeah, I don't want it to ever stretch too much. I think I'm gonna keep the strength rather low. It's only like bobbing up and down a little bit. That's stretching again. Yeah, that's the most I wanted to stretch. So now I just need to transform it on the x coordinate as well. Add a noise modifier to that. Strength up, scale up. Let's see. Yeah, it does, because I've not dialed it in. I'm not done with it, Rico. It's not done. If you've not noticed, it's not done. Okay. So if I move it, I only want to move one of them though. If I move it up, it goes forward and that goes downwards. Okay. So let's copy. Where's the... What? How do I copy the seed? Or is it always the same seed? It's always the same seed, isn't it? Oh, you're just offsetting it, okay. So, don't say everything you say as an attack, but it is frustrating when just in general. I'm tired of it. Sarah's always laughing at unfinished work, and I'm like, what? Yeah, it's not finished. You're, like, what? Surprised? I think this is still too high, not too low. Maybe I just shouldn't set the influence to full. Yeah, because then it will sort of like be a bit more eased. It's a lot better already. It could be a bit further behind, just in general. Now it's stretching again too much. Well, there's no loop at the southern end. Yeah, it does. That's awesome. Cool. Okay then, One thing I don't like is how it only bends at the bottom, not at the top. Why does it bend backwards like that? I don't want to keep it like this. Let me move it higher up. And then further away like this. Now it's stretching again. That looks so much better. Cool. I'll just export this. That should be a separate collection. Okay, so let's name this. Okay, this is gonna be spin. Let's make a new one. It's gonna call it idle. It's just gonna be only the first frame. So let's export all of this stuff now. Export button, hello. Okay. I hate it that when you click close program, it just does telemetry or whatever. Like Microsoft, it's very intrusive. Like, why does Microsoft care about my private program crashing? That's my problem. Say a little bit about the world. Okay, when I press export, it just crashes all the time, so that must be an issue with my thing here. Good. Good to know that. Just close it already. I know it's crashed. There we go. Thank you. Good. I'll just join the two. That should get rid of any problems, I hope. No, it doesn't. Awesome. I just remember that I gotta scale up everything tenfold. I know it's crashed. Close it. I don't need a widescreen. Just get rid of it already. Good. I hate that. Free the cursor, scale everything by 10 times 10. It is smaller. Okay, so now I've got the anim. If I were to select the anim and that selected, got the anim. Why is that not rotating? Or is this no longer like bound to it or something? Because I joined the two. Interesting. I should be able to select by similar material. What? Where is select by similar material? Select by trait. Select linked. Select. There was a select similar material, I know. I know that there was. I can't press, if I press F3, why is this, why does Blender hate my program? My scene, I mean. I know that you crashed, I know! Just... If I press the 3 crashes. What is going on with this scene? I'm in a stable release, by the way. What the fuck is happening? Does hate me, yeah. What are those 2 keyframes, by the way? I have no idea what they are. Did it do anything? No. Oh, those are those the, what? Do those have like the noise stuff? Oh yeah, they do have the noise stuff. Oh, that's the, is that the offset? No, it's just weird. Okay. What? I don't know what those are. Okay. So time to select all of this. I just selected the old-fashioned manual way. I love the basic faces there. It's good optimization there. So assign all of those to blades, please. Now you should rotate. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that was throwing it off or something. I don't know. I've seen that. That's just armature modifier. Let's hope this works now. Should get rid of the rigid body world. It still crashes. Okay, I don't know. I'll have to debug this. I've never really had the issue that the exporter would just crash the entire program. Can I export this animation? No. Nothing, it just immediately dies. And maybe it's just thinking, you know? Maybe it's just thinking for a long time. It's a very long and complicated animation after all, so it's possible. But it shouldn't take that long. That doesn't seem like it's thinking. Maybe it's having a seizure about the circular dependency that I have here. No, still crashing. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to debug this later. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the issue is. I have to look into the logs or something. To find the logs. Where are Blender logs located? Blender log location. Can launch with dash debug. It says temp. Where's temp? Temp! There's temp. A lot of stuff here. Blender. Empty. I mean, I'm not here to blender.crash.text. I love how this search bar is just so slow. If you search something on Linux, it's like, why is Windows search so slow? Yeah, I could just make a rope. But the thing is, then it's just like a 2D card and you don't have to add so many more cards for that. Whereas here I still have all the volumetric like modeling. Yeah, Windows, we know that you suck. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. And soon there's gonna be a pop-up in like 5 minutes saying, oh, we couldn't find this, even if I already cancelled the task. Because I already gave up trying to find it in Windows. I'll look into that later. Stain. That's a bit too intense. Usually never spend this much time on decorating the elevators, but for this it's... That's the thing, you know, once you start decorating an elevator to this extent, I try not to make, like, you know, not to feel like this is now the new standard that every map has to fulfill, because that would just be impossible. I want to have a few cool elevators, but they're not all gonna be all like this, or this is like a special one where I put way more effort into. Yeah, so I think that's gonna be it for the stream. I'm gonna try to figure out the... Oh god, it's also... That would be so cool if the line would actually interact with all of those. Maybe I should figure out how to do this as a rigid body sim, but maybe I will actually... Yeah, I think the next thing I'm gonna try is gonna be Superjack. But I've done this stuff before. Actually, should I try it now? No, I want to end the stream. It's already been very long. What I want to try next is just having a bunch of rigid bodies that are parented to each other with like hinges and constraints. So the rigid bodies are cloth sim doesn't work. Cloth sim is vertex based. You can do vertex animes, but I couldn't get it to work so far. You have to do skeletal animations. So that's why I'm doing everything with bones. But what I can try next is to have like a rigid body sim where everything is connected with joints, and then animating those, and then parenting bones to that rigid body sim, and then parenting the mesh, my vines to the bones. So that way, I have the mesh follows the bones and the bones follows the rigid body sim. That would be my next approach. Probably much better, and especially if you want to have it interact, kind of necessary. I have done these sort of animes in the past. Like I can show you like the world anim. Oops, that's not the right one. Yeah, there. Oh, that's the static one. They're like red, where you like. If I drop this will like drop the pieces onto it, and this is all like a pre-baked physics sim that I've made. So I've done this stuff already. It's really cool. I want to do much more, and it would be cool to try that technique here. God, it's got all of the plants in the middle here as well. And it's not going to interact with all of them. I think I'm going to just like, yeah, like around here. That would be so cool though. See many people will actually notice it. Rigid bodies is Source. Yeah, Source has a physics engine. I've never seen that. It's just not called a rigid body, even though it is the same thing. Well, so thanks everyone for trying me in this. I think the end result is pretty cool. Maybe I should show it again. I should probably show the end result. Test speed gel elevator. Okay. So that's our end result. Elevator, come up here, yay. The elevator, and I expanded this little area here. So now here we've got the little hallway through here, with the grates on top, scaffolding, the rocks on the bottom. You can jump in here. This is all undecorated still, like all of these hallway ends. This is... I was going to do a lot more, but I feel like this is already good enough that I don't need much more here. This is fine. Crawl through here. There's gonna be something here. I'm pretty proud of how the top bit ended up being. Look at that. It looks so cool. I can't really see that is glass, but whatever. The top bit I really like a lot, actually. I might copy, like make this an instance or something, so I have this like end bit a few more times in a few other maps, but maybe not. I'll see. Yeah, we use some instances to decorate like this bit here because I couldn't be bothered. This still needs to be like, this could receive more decoration. It doesn't need that much, but maybe like a few arms or like fuse boxes or lights or whatever would be fine. Would already do so much. I still want to add like a particle system to that, like a steam particle or something. The crack actually works a bit better than I thought. Still kind of gross because it's like gray, not black, but whatever. I also quite like the weird brush decoration I did here with all the sticky art bits. It's always, I also had so much more. Dripping water. I could add some dripping water. I made some custom particle effects where the drips are much slower, so it's like individual drips instead of the whole stream. That would be cool to try adding here as like little droplets. And oh, that's some sea fighting there. I should look into that. Yeah, we also talked about the lighting and how to set proper values. I feel like the light looks pretty good. Looks very realistic. Developer 0, please. I really quite like how this looks. So I'm just gonna make a screenshot for screenshot's sakes. Source ray traces at once you compile the map, yeah. Alright then, well, I'm glad you all like it. That's the map.